Why? Plan you Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Baruch Yahweh, Bashan, Yehoshua, Yashareh, Nathan Lanawa, Shabbat, Bashalawam, the Water, Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it. The Ayam Asharai Machad, Song 121. Anya Ryan Ayamya Oh Hariam Mayan Yabawa sorry Yabawa Maya Hawa Shai Shai Jamayam Warataz Ganathan Lamawat Ragalia Yala Yawam Shashua Marka and La Yanawam Wala Yashan Shashumar Yashvele Yahweh Shamaria Yahweh Tazalia Ayo Yim Yim Yawamam Hashamash La Wayarak La Balayele Yahweh Yashamaria Makho Rai Yashamar Napashe Yahweh Yashamar Hawalakye Wabawaye My Fair Wa Aid I Willam Basham Yoshe the Wadaman.
Psalm 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. You will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shemaiah Shirala, hero of Israel. Shemaiah Shirala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaiah Shirala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaiah Yashvele Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad.
Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Tapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawa Shabbat Shemayim Kodash Hayya Shamka Yahweh Malakwaka Taba'er Rotazawanka Hayya Aisha Barataza Kabashemayim Nathanawa Lacham Yawam Zad Wasalaknawa Kabawafnawa Kasalaknawa Kabawath Yanawa Wala Abiyarnawa Oh Messiah one above Hawashinawa Maran Kaya Laka Hamalakwa Wa Allah Wa Thapara Wa Walam Aman.
Matthew 6:9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Aishara Matazawa, the Ten Commandments. La'ab, Yahayab, Lakab, Alahayim, Akarim, Alpanyat, La'ab, Daishab, Lakab, Pasod, Wala'ab, Thibadam, La'ab, Alaquaka, Shamweb, Yahweh, Alahayaka, Lashaweb, Zakar, Ath, Hayawam, Hashabak, Lakodashweb, Kabad, Abiyakab, Wa Amakab, La'ad, Taratazak, La'ad, Tana'ab, La'ad, Daganab, La'ad, Thainad, Shakur, La'ad, Thachamad, Ko, Asherat, Lara'ayaka, Aman.
Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen.
Amen. Yeshabwa, be seated. Baruch Yahweh b'Shemi Hawashai Asheraneth Nanawa Parya Gapan Thuata Aman. La Yahweh b'Shemi Hawashai Af Yasher Allah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panyua Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatha Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyah, Wanawa'ed, Aliyawan, Malak, Shah, Shamayim, Warataza, Wako, Dabarim, Kayayim, Wagam, Hamashiach, Mayahawa, Arawanawa, Ahabnawa, Hapalat, Yawaitaza, Yahawashai, Zakarnawa, Yahawa, Baratazawan, Ainka, Yasha'ala, Izarnawa, Bana, what's up? Yasha'ala, oh, Nanawa, Yam Yan, Aipa, Kayawamyam, Makudam, Babakushai, Shalak, Mike Allah, Watazawadak, Alahayim, La, Maganawa, Raparnawa, Washama, Alnawa, Bakur, Shalak, Haroka, Shau, Yahweh, Lanawa, Lalamadnawa, Rabiam, Kakama, Thabawana, Wada Aith, Shal da barka basham Yehoshai the wadatham yed Wywalam Aman. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember us, Yahweh, favorably, your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel, most high, we beg you, right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew Roman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Baruch Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Lathan Hathawarat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Baruch Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Lathan Award, Larawat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Baruch Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Lathan Quran, Hayo, Lakorat, Ha'aim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Baruch Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Lathan Hasheman, Zayeth, Lamashak, Yasha'ala, Yeshabwa. You see that?
How about you?
How about you, Mr. Let's get those blinds over. Okay, so Shalom Yasharala. So Shalom everybody that's here in Philly. Shalom everybody watching on live stream, and Shalom everyone listening in on teleconference. Welcome to Yasharala Kanaz, or the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the so-called descendants of slaves, as well as the indigenous peoples found mainly in North Central South America and the Caribbean, are the lost 12 tribes of Israel, now found through the Spirit. And we fall into a lower state, politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of God, found the Bible given to us by Moses. Then we come out as lower state that we fall into as a people by turning back to these commandments we broke through following Jesus Christ as our example. So we take the what would Jesus do seriously by going into the record and seeing actually what Christ said and did, his words and deeds, and then try to match our words and deeds with his. One way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath holy. And as we particularly do, this particular branch that Christ does, we go through a regular Sabbath service. Today, our Sabbath service, we're going to be back in the Apocrypha, reading the last chapter of Baruch, and then also reading the Song of the Three Holy Children. So they're found back to back in the Apocrypha. After we finish Baruch, the next couple sections of the Apocrypha are going to be parts of the book of Daniel, the history pertaining to the book of Daniel. Similar to how we read in the Apocrypha parts of the history pertaining to Esther and her uncle Mordecai, we see parts of Daniel also found here as well in the Apocrypha. First, let's go through Baruch. And the subject matter is going to be similar, because a lot of us are going to be reading these next couple of Sabbath services in the Apocrypha, tie into idols and how useless they are. And pretty much how, no matter how popular it may be to worship idols in the past and now, they can't hear, they can't speak, they can't walk, they can't do anything. They're not living, right? They're things that we've created first in our imagination and then with our hands. And if anything, you have unclean spirits that are behind them anytime you get seduced to following them and supposedly making deals or offerings with or for them. So that's going to be what we're talking about mainly, and just the importance of celebrating and serving the Most High, the true and living God. So my name is Nabia Zerbabal. I'll be doing the service today. Just write down your records. Today is February 26, 2022, according to the Gregorian calendar. But according to our Hebrew calendar, it would be the 11th month and the 26th day. All right, so this is Baruch chapter 6 and verse 1. And it reads, because of the sins which ye have committed before God, ye shall be led away captives into Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar, or Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Babylonians. This Nebuchadnezzar is just another spelling of Nebuchadnezzar, but it's the same figure. Same king you read about in the scriptures, and even according to their primary sources, you go into the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle, right? Because even archaeologists will dig those things up and then cross-reference them with the Bible and see the similarities. These people, oftentimes you mention the Bible, they go, "Oh, that's just a book of mumbo jumbo fairy tales." But no, you got plenty of historical records, as they would say, primary sources that link right up with the history in the Bible. The scholars know this, but most religious folk don't. But anyway, this is a prophecy that we had to undergo. When you read the scriptures, now it's history, but it was a prophecy during the time of Jeremiah. He was trying to warn the people of Israel, the kingdom of Judah, namely, from the king on down, to not trust in what? The wealth and military might of Egypt, because they were trusting more in what? Idol worship and their allegiances or their allyship with Egypt, as far as, soldiers and weaponry. And they actually had a victory against the Babylonians. So they thought, okay, we can fight them that way. But the Most High told Jeremiah to tell the people, don't trust in your own strength. Trust in the Most High and put away those idols. And then you don't have to worry about Nebuchadnezzar coming in. But if you don't listen, I'm going to send him in. He's going to take you over. He's going to take over the city. And our leadership was proud at that time and didn't want to accept Jeremiah's judgment, want to do things their way. So as you read in the latter chapters of Jeremiah, in the latter chapters of 2 Kings, you'll see the history transpire. Sure, the Most High wasn't playing, and we ended up getting played, thinking we could have did it our own way. That's the overall picture. But a lot of these, what we're about to read, a lot of it is just a warning from Jeremiah to what? Repent and to realize how futile it is to serve idols. These other nations trust in them, but that's not for us. That's not our strength. But to link with verse 2, so I think it says verse 2 here. You guys have verse 2 where it says because. I think verse 1 is like the introduction to this last chapter. It says, a copy of an epistle, which Jeremy sent unto them which were to be led captives into Babylon by the king of the Babylonians to certify them as it was commanded him of God. So with 6 and 2, the historical record you can link, just write down 2 Kings. 2 Kings, 24th chapter. And from verses 10 down to about 16. Yeah, 10 to 16 is good. And then another one, because oftentimes Kings and Chronicles echo each other. 2 Chronicles, chapter 36. to down to 21, where we get that history. But in Baruch 6, reading on in verse 3, it says, "So when ye be come unto Babylon, you shall remain there many years, and for a long season, namely 7 generations. And after that, I will bring you away peaceably from thence." So when it says 7 generations, what you'll see is that's just talking about the time frame we had to be there, which you'll see is also listed as 70 years. That's what it means when it says 7 generations. I know today's English, when we say generation, typically say it's around 20 years, but we know literally generations that doesn't necessarily be that long, right? It could be short, it could be shorter or longer than that. But the 7 generations here is just referring to the 70 years that we will be in captivity under the Babylonians. And you can just write down Jeremiah Jeremiah 25, verses 11 and 12. Once again, Jeremiah 25, 11 and 12, where you'll see the 70 years where it says that's how long we have to serve, because we didn't want to follow or trust in the Lord. But not only did Jeremiah prophesy this, but Daniel did as well. Daniel, who was a contemporary with Jeremiah, right? They lived around the same time period. Their lives overlapped. Daniel, chapter 9, verses 1 and 2. And even here you see Daniel making mention of Jeremiah. So the prophets acknowledge each other in each other's prophecy. It wasn't some kind of competition like, oh, Most High showed me more than you. No, Most High showed us as he saw fit. I'll write down my prophecy as you write down yours. And together, our prophecies together complete the Holy Scriptures that we all can read upon and meditate on. So you see Daniel making mention here of Jeremy's prophecy, or Jeremiah. Also, Zechariah, another prophet, they call him minor because he didn't write down as much. But he was also contemporary of these same prophets, living around the same time as the Babylonian captivity. He makes mention of it too. Zechariah chapter 7. It says, Jeremiah chapter 7 and verse 5.
Jeremiah and Zechariah.
Sorry, Zechariah chapter 7 and verse 5. Where it's bringing that back into memory, because Zechariah and Haggai, they were in the same time, but more so towards the end, during the time we're coming back to edify us, to make sure that now we search our time, that we don't go astray again. Like we read about in Ezra and Nehemiah. The group of us that were going back after we served the 70 years and then serving in the Medo-Persian Empire as captives. As we began to go back, these prophets warned us to what? Remember why we fell into the hands of the enemies the first time. So that when we go back, we can do things the right way. Let's go back to Baruch chapter 6. Oh, let me give you one more. Almost forgot. First Esdras, which is also in the Apocrypha. But Esdras is the same as Ezra, just spelled different once again. First Esdras chapter 1. First Ezra chapter 1, 57 and 58, where we see Ezra make mention of Jeremiah also in his prophecy about 70 years. First Ezra chapter 1, 57, and also verse 58. That's the other one. So Baruch chapter 6, in verse 4, and it reads, "Now shall ye see in Babylon gods of silver and of gold and of wood, borne upon shoulders, which cause the nations to fear." Right? So the nations fear this, but he's telling us we shouldn't fear it because these are things that you have to carry up. They can't carry themselves. They can't walk. They're made of gold. They're made of gold and silver, right? Materials the Most High provided in the earth, and then we take it and fashion into different things. In this case, idols, which is a corruption of what the Most High intended for us to do with these precious metals. As far as them being carried, we can quote a familiar verse. It should be familiar for most of us if we've been in the truth for a little bit. Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 2, going all the way down to 5, right? Which in Jeremiah 10, 2 down to 5, it talks about what? Learning not the way of the heathen and not being dismayed at the signs of heaven, how the other nations are. When they see a solar or lunar eclipse or something crazy, they get real crazy about it. They think it's some kind of false god or idol. And we've seen this in these modern times too in the news. Anytime we have like a solar lunar eclipse, they'll go into the news about other countries and how they'll say it's a omen because of this, that, and the third, and they'll run to their temples, even the modern era, right? So once a nation, always a nation. Then it talks about cutting a tree, decking it with silver and gold, fastening with hammers and nails. Then it says, what? The upright as a palm tree, speak not. They must needs be born or carry because they cannot go. Right? So reminding us here as it did there. Don't make these things and don't worship these things because they have to be made themselves. They can't do anything on their own. But reading on in verse 5, Baruch 6 and 5. Beware therefore that ye in no wise be like to strangers, neither be ye afraid of them when ye see the multitude before them and behind them, worshiping them. So don't follow the crowd, right? Just because it's popular doesn't mean it's right. And that message can't be truer, especially today, right? Where we have idolatry in so many different forms now and being done through different mediums, especially like what they call social media, right? But it's the same idol worship, whether it's things or people with talents or the things that people possess, right? This has become the new idolatry in another form, but it's the same sin. But the social media doesn't really change that. All it does is just what? Create a platform where those things are more accessible to view, observe, and then to give adoration to, which then leads into what? Idolatry. Especially if you don't have the commandments in your heart and mind. Let me just get you this real quick. Because you could link it with 5, but not necessarily, but it's like a scripture that you'll pretty much see, or a scripture we just want to keep in mind as we go through this. You can just write down Colossians chapter 3 in verse 5. Once again, Colossians 3 and 5.
Verse 5.
It doesn't really link, but it's just something we want to be thinking of. When you read Colossians 3 and 5, Paul is writing to the brothers and sisters in Colossae. He's telling them to mortify their members which are upon the earth. Mortifying your members meaning what? Like make your members like dead to the world. Meaning what? Have control, self-control, or temperance over your desire. Just don't go after every desire that you have, right? So impulse control, the things we teach children, right? But then adults need to follow those same lessons. Then as you read on, it talks about fornication, uncleanness. Context here is uncleanness due to wickedness. We know some uncleanness you can't help. But the context is uncleanness due to committing transgressions. Inordinate affection, right? That should be pretty clear, right? Having desire for things you shouldn't have desire for, whether it be same sex or incest or bestiality, what have you. Evil concupiscence being like pent up lust. But then it says at the end, and covetousness, which is idolatry. See that? So I always think that's interesting. It almost makes a loop. Like we did this morning, we did the 10 Commandments. The 10th commandment talks about thou shalt not covet. But the first commandment says thou shalt have no other gods before me. So the commandments, while they're in and themselves commandments, they connect with other commandments too. And one can lead to the other, right? Just like when you break one, it can lead you to breaking others too. It's a slippery slope. And we had those conversations before, I think. And you break one, it leaves the door open for other commandments to be broken. Until you're just totally out of control. You totally destroy yourself. All right? So let's go back to Baruch chapter 6, verse 6. It reads, I felt something. Just turned high noon. So Baruch 6 and 6. But say in your hearts, O Lord, we must worship thee. So can't emphasize that enough. The importance of worshiping the Most High and the Most High only. Right? There's a number of scriptures we can get, but ones that come to mind for me, for 6 and 6, think about the one when Christ was being tempted of the devil. And he showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. And he told Christ, all this power will I give thee, right? But you have to bow down and worship me. And then Christ responds with a scripture showing us, look, this is how we fight the devil with scriptures. We quote them, we embody them, and we do them. When we do that, the devil has no power. He has to leave. He has to depart. But he quoted Deuteronomy chapter 6. Deuteronomy chapter 6. In verse 13, which reads, thou shalt fear the Lord thy God and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. So by Christ doing what Satan did, he would have been breaking this law. But scripture tells Christ did no sin, neither was God found in his mouth. So that's why he responded with the scripture. So we got to make sure we do that, and not just do it in word, but in deed. Anyone can say, I don't serve any other God but God, the true living God. Anyone can say that. People say it all the time, not understanding who God actually is, who the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob actually is. They can the God of Christianity, the God of Islam, or the God of Kemet, right? Or the God of Hinduism, gods of Hinduism, etc., etc. Calling that God, but no, it's not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So you might as well just say you're on Satan's side at that point. You can link Deuteronomy 6 and 13 with Matthew. Matthew chapter 4 and verse 10, where Christ quotes this. Christ also quotes Deuteronomy 6 and 15, not only in Matthew chapter 4 and verse 10. He also quotes it, same instance, but in the Gospel of Luke, where it goes in detail about him being tempted. Luke chapter 4 and verse 8. So both those scriptures references back to Deuteronomy 6 and 13. Which I think is funny because people talk about the law being done away with. Christ is an excellent example of that, where after 4 days and nights of fasting, right, no food or drink, right, when he's weak in the flesh but still strong in the spirit, Satan comes to him to tempt him, right? Christ is using what? The law to combat Satan. That doesn't seem too done away with to me. It seems pretty useful to me, right? Because if it's so done away with, why is Christ even quoting it when being tempted of the devil? So it goes like this. Like it's another example of like others. Certain things are not necessarily explicitly said, but then they're implied. We just sit back and meditate on it. So it's useful for Christ, and it should be useful for us right now. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever. So it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. And we see, as you read the end of that temptation, the devil had to go because he had nothing left. So let's read on back in Baruch chapter 6. Let's read on in verse 7. Baruch chapter 6, verse 7 reads, "For mine angels with you, and I myself caring for your souls." Right? You always read about the Most High sending his angel, which Most High will send all types of angels, right? During different times, but the context here is referring to a specific angel, specific messenger, which the prophets understood was what? Referring to the Christ, right? Because he's an angel also, but he's just the angel of the highest order that sits on the right hand of the Most High. The only one you read about besides the Most High that's actually worshipped, right? Because when you read the scriptures about worship, you only see that for the Most High and for his son. But as far as other angels like Michael and those even beneath, you don't read about us worshiping them at all. But just those two, showing how important they are. But to link with the 6 and 7, we see Moses talk about this particular angel. I even get a scripture where Paul, in his understanding, knew who this angel was too. Exodus chapter 23. Exodus 23. Verses 20 to 22. Watch, I'll read down to 23. So Exodus chapter 23 and verse 20 reads, "Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared." So Most High talking to Moses to tell the people, he's going to send an angel. Some Bibles it's a capital A, right? Making a distinction about who this angel is. But as you read on, we'll get clues as to who this angel is talking about in the spirit, who's going to be coming from that third heaven. 21, "Beware of him and obey his voice." Beware this angel and obey his voice. "Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him." See that? So the Most High's name is in this angel, right? The Most High's name being Yahweh, right? And we know the Hebrew for Yahweh is Yahweh Shai, right? So literally, and also figuratively too, because Christ, when he came in the earth many years later after this, he was that embodiment of the Most High in the earth, right? That's why he told the disciples, "Surely if you've seen me, you've indeed seen the Father." But a lot of our so-called Christian brothers and sisters get confused when he says things like that, where they say, "Oh, he is the Most High." No, he's just saying he's a reflection. He's like his dad. It doesn't mean he is his dad. Just like carnal people might have children, and you see people compare the children to parents and go, "Wow, you're just a splitting image of your mom or of your dad," right? So that's what Christ was to the Heavenly Father, right? Literally and figuratively, looking like his dad, but then also being a reflection of his Father's character, right? Because more than just looking like somebody, right? Because you can look like you, but then personality-wise, it can be totally different, not in a bad way, or principle-wise, it can be totally opposite you. So even though you look like your parents, you might be saying and doing things that go totally against how you are as a person. You had those scenarios.
20, it says, I sent an angel, and the word angel, the first letter is capitalized.
That's what it said, right?
Okay. Is this a special angel or something? Did they capitalize that first letter?
That's what I said. I said this is talking about Christ.
It's on my part.
I did say that, right? Okay. Maybe he was meditating on something. Right. So as we read on down to verse 23, it's going to give clues to show us that this is he who sits on the right hand of God, right? The Christ, or the Mashiach, as we call him, the anointed. It says in verse 21, beware of him and obey his voice, talking about Christ. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. That's what I was saying before about his name literally being in his Most High's name being literally in his name, Yahweh Shai, but then also him being a representation or reflection of the Heavenly Father when he came into earth. I made a reference to St. John chapter 14. I think it's verse 6 where he says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. And then reading on as you go down, it says, if you have indeed seen me, you have indeed seen the Father. I can get that brief after we finish. It says, verse 22, but thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak. That's a big one right there. You shall indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak. So who's Christ? He's the word of God. So by obeying his voice and doing all that I speak, the Most High talking, he's talking about his word, which is his son, Christ. So when we talk about in the beginning was the word, like it says in St. John, if we understand that, we should be able to read this, understand this. It says in verse 22, then will I be an enemy unto thine enemies and an adversary unto thine adversary, which you read in other scriptures, number 24 and 8. The adversaries or enemies of the other nations. And then in verse 23, we get examples. For mine angel shall go before thee. Is angel capitalized for you too there? Con. For mine angel shall go before thee and bring thee into the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. So first I'll give you the reference, St. John 14, and then I'll get the other verse where Paul makes mention of this too. So John 14. John 14 and 6, it reads, Jesus or Yahweh said unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. So we can't go to the Heavenly Father without going through Christ. Because some of our brothers and sisters, we call them Old Testament brothers and sisters. They want to talk about Yahweh, and they don't want to say that Christ was the one that was to come. And that's a scary place to be, because if they believe that until the time that Christ comes back, they might as well be in a Christian church. So you got to be careful when we're out there teaching and edifying. Somebody's like, "Oh, I know I'm an Israelite. I know I'm an Israelite." Okay, it's a good start. But once again, like we always talk about, do you believe in God? Do you believe in Christ? Do you believe in the Bible? Right? You got to find out if they believe in Christ too, because they might tell you, "Oh, yeah, I'm an Israelite." But no, that guy that came, it might have some name. They might call him JC or something like that. Yeah, JC, I don't deal with him. Talking about Caesar Borgia, which we can edify and go, yeah, we don't deal with him either. But the scriptures talks about the actual Christ. Do you believe in him? I don't believe in the New Testament. Okay, let's talk about it. Why don't you? Right? Why don't you believe in that part of the Bible? Find out why, because they might have some kind of misunderstanding that can be, edified. Or they might, we could show them, look, this wasn't talking about David. This was talking about the Christ, and he came. He fulfilled these things. Here's the evidence. And just pray that, the Most High give them eyes that can see, ears that can hear, and a heart that can understand that the Christ did indeed come. Because they're going to be part of that 2/3 too. All of our people are going to claim they only deal with the Old Testament. They're going to be rounded up right along with the so-called Christians and Muslims. So you can't just be an Israelite. You got to believe on Christ.
think I remember telling you about some Israelites I met. They call Christ JC.
Mm-hmm.
They don't believe.
I was thinking about our conversation, even conversations I've had before too, where I've seen that disrespect, right?
You know, Yahushua said in Psalms with the 10 and 7, I come in the volume of the book. 10 and 7 or 40? So I can't remember. I think it's 40.
Yeah, 40.
40 and 7.
Hebrews 10.
Hebrews 10 and 7, Psalms 47. For lo, I come in the volume of the book. So you have some brothers, sisters who of different beliefs that will marginalize the book, meaning they take it in sections. Some only deal with the first 5 books, right? You have some Islamic brothers who acknowledge the Bible and say, yeah, I deal with the Torah, book of Psalms, right? And I believe to a certain extent Jesus, to a certain extent, because they don't believe he died on the cross, believe his body was swiped out, and things of that nature. And you got strictly Old Testament believers, and you have people who went to the mainstream churches. So you have a lot of different denominations and beliefs and faiths as it pertains to a person's belief in God. But that person who doesn't deal with the whole book, you got some who don't deal with Paul. Right? Paul is controversial. I think he kind of defected from his ethnic people. He went and dealt with other people because they lack understanding about the Bible. So Hunt is accurate in saying that, you know, sometimes their misunderstanding or unbelief is because of ignorance, right? Their ignorance in what it is that they think it may be talking about, or think what he may be speaking about is just, again, misinformation. You don't have a full breakdown and full understanding. And sometimes, you know, the majority of the time it's going to be, it is what it is because their eyes are shut, right? They're part of the 2/3. It was not meant for them to see it. They were not, privileged enough to get it. And you have others who were at that level, was at that edge, and they just needed that extra, all right, now I got it. And then, they come to the truth. You see that in the epistles of Paul or in the books of the Acts of the Apostles, where you had some brothers who were apostles of John or who were in the faith, and they just didn't have Yahushua fully ingrained in their spirit for them to take it to the next level. And it happened. So,
Okay.
Now, where's that again? You said Hebrews?
Psalms 47, Hebrews 10 and 7. For lo, I come in the volume of the book.
Hebrews 10 and 7 and Psalms
40 and 7.
40.
And I forgot to add, back in the beginning, we was talking about the generation that you was kind of alluding to, generation usually being like 20 years, 30 years, and sometimes a little bit more. That word generation, when you read it in the Bible, is like other words that you have to use in proper context, because sometimes it may be just talking like in this context of this chapter, it's speaking about 10 years. It's saying 7 years or 7 generations is really 7 years, which means one generation is 10 years in this context. Mm-hmm. You'll have another context where when it speaks about a generation, like you read about in Hebrews 30th chapter, when the Most High said that we provoked him in the wilderness, and he was upset with that generation. Now, that generation was talking about the adults that came out of Egypt, because they had children and they were present too. But the Lord wasn't speaking about them, everybody. He was speaking about the adults of a certain age that was in the wilderness for 40 years that tempted him, right? And then you go into another aspect where, 70 years for a full life is almost like a generation for a man, right? And then anything above that is like, icing on the cake. Right. So you got to make sure you read it in context of what is being spoken of, because if you don't, you might get confused and say, well, hold on, I thought a generation, Kahan said a generation was 10 years for the 70 years. How could it be 40? Or how could this be talking about a whole group? I'm confused. It's always just in context.
Con, you said Hebrews 30th chapter. I think you meant
Hebrews 3.
Hebrews 3, okay.
Yeah.
Hebrews the 3rd chapter. Got it.
Hebrews 3rd chapter. I think it's the 9th verse.
Got it. which I know is a callback to one of the Psalms too, as Paul would do quite often. All right. So St. John 14:6, also in verse 7, he says, "If ye had known me, ye should have known my Father also. From henceforth ye know him and have seen him." So Christ speaking, but then they're not understanding what he means, because Philip said unto him, "Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us." So let's see the Father. You said that we've seen him, but I haven't seen him. So Christ is going to clarify in verse 9. He says, Jesus said unto him, "Have I been so long time with you, and yet hast thou not known me, Philip? He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. And how sayest thou then, show us the Father?" Right? So that's what Christ meant when he said that. Right? Meaning what? He's a reflection of his Father. But once again, people get caught up in that doctrine about, Holy Trinity and, Christ was God the Father in the flesh, walking in the earth. The Christians say that. Not true. That's confusion. And the way we know that, as you read through this chapter, you'll see evidence of that. One verse I like to go to is in verse 28 of the same chapter, John 14, to let you know that he couldn't have been the Father in the flesh. But it says in St. John 14:28, "Ye have heard how I said unto you, I go away and come again unto you. If ye love me, you would rejoice, because I said I go unto the Father. For my Father is greater than I." Right? So right there at the end, that last precept should let you know. Most High is not talking to him. Christ isn't talking to him himself or about himself. He's talking about the Most High as a separate being. So it's not like he himself is the Most High in a physical form. Otherwise, he wouldn't say that. How is he greater than himself? Right? If this is supposed to be the Most High. So it just doesn't make sense. And then the more obvious one we always go to is the Lord's Prayer. Right? How does the Lord's Prayer start? Anybody?
Our Father, Lord.
Our Father. If Christ is the Father, why would he say our? You got so many folks that will still say day in and day out, "Oh yes, Christ is the Heavenly Father." See, sometimes you kind of just get folks to take a step back and listen to what they're actually saying. Hopefully it'll click. They can say, "Oh, you know what? You're right. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know where I learned that." That's what we hope. So yeah, that's John 14:6-9. But then the other one I wanted to get was 1 Corinthians 10. 1 Corinthians 10. 1 Corinthians chapter 10. I'm just going to read from 1 to 4. 1 Corinthians 10, verse 1. Paul writing to the brothers and sisters in Corinth, reminding them of this. "Moreover, brethren, I would not have ye that ye should be ignorant or unaware, how that all our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea." Right? Going back to the time of Moses, right? When the Most High let us go and used Moses as a mediator at that time. And it says, "under the cloud, and all passed through the sea." So remember, the cloud is not just a cloud in the sky. It's also anything that's shaped like a cloud. Depending on context, it can refer to the chariots of God, which you read about when you go back to Exodus. You don't see it in the movies, right? Which are poorly casted, right? But you read in the scriptures, it talks about a pillar of the cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. See, a chariot that was leading us out of Egypt into the wilderness, right? And across the sea, or the Red Sea, which the Most High split. And you had that beam that came down, which was that pillar of fire, so they could see where they were going. So that's where you get in these quote unquote sci-fi movies with the sci-fi TV shows. We talk about beam me up, right? That comes from actual vehicles. The holy vehicles are the chariots of God, right? And there's other scriptures that go into what they're shaped like, how they're shaped like a flying roll, or like a wheel within a wheel, right? You'll see those the scriptures, was where they get the old expression they used to use, which was flying saucer to describe them. But they're all throughout the scriptures. We know who they are. But Esau will lie and try to do Job 9:24, make us think they're reptiles or they big-headed aliens with the big black eyes, and the big heads. They call them the Greys.
Where's that in Job?
Job 9:24, it says he covered the faces of the judges. See, oftentimes we only use that for Christ, but that's part of that prophecy too. Not to mention whitewashing and making our ancestors look like them through these movies. And say, oh, look, this is what Moses and the Israelites look like. They look like these so-called Jews that didn't wash. They always look dirty and they always got like scraps for clothes. It's like these are the Jews of ancient time. It's like it's not what I read.
Yeah, it's one of those other hidden mysteries that Esau, was able to put propaganda around it and change the narrative where, we can't leak that out or let that be known that, so-called blacks and Hispanics and so-called Native American Indians have a supernatural force of help, right? That's from out of this realm, and they exceed all of our technological capabilities, and they've been doing this for thousands of years, right? We can't let them know that that's an added help that they have, an added force that they have. So we got to paint them a different way. We got to paint them as an enemy or some bugged out, like you said, some bugged out, big shaped alien, foreign thing with Google eyes and everything else. So that when someone looks at that, they're like, "Oh, what is that?" Right? We don't want them to be known that some of these things look just like them, right? But and some celebrities have come out throughout the years when they come into contact and you said they used to look like black people. I don't know if it was Sharon Stone or somebody from that 80s, 90s era that came out in the news. That's not widely pushed out there, but she's like, yeah, she had an encounter and she said these so-called aliens look just like black people. Right? You're like, wait, what are you talking about?
Cut her mic.
Yeah.
Go to camera 3.
Yeah. Use the analytics to not have that easily accessible on the internet, right? So you can't easily Google that, right?
We have a poster that cites this book. The book is still available. I think it's called Encounters by Edith Fiore. And there's a section, and I forget what page it's on, but they have one of the ladies giving their testimony, and she pretty much described them as like when we say tall, dark, and handsome. That she pretty much how she described them. She was like she couldn't really describe like his face per se, but she was like he had like a very calm and soothing manner. And it's the Edomite that they abducted that's saying this. And she said she was on the ship, and she said she saw a bunch of black people on a bench, all wearing like Western clothing, but looked like they were asleep. And then she was like, "Well, why are they up here? What are these folks doing here?" And she said the man who she couldn't really figure out what it was, the angel, was like, "Oh, well, these people we put in special places for a special mission," something like that. He kind of kept it real, cryptic according to her. And she tried to ask another question. He kind of like redirected it somewhere else. So it was like in this, experience that she had, like he said that much, but then just like kind of led her in another direction. Like, don't worry about that, So Elohim, they got their own business. Those things will be revealed to us in full when Christ comes back. But she's not alone. You got plenty of heathen that witness that, and then sometimes they just keep it to themselves. And then you might run into them, that same Edomite, wherever the heathen is, and there's extra polite, extra nice to you for some reason. Oh, here you go. Oh, thank you so much. Because they've been shown, like they might have had like the brainwashing from the nations about us being the offscoring of the earth, but then they have a very personal experience with the Most High, where the angels reveal certain things to them, and they look at us in a totally different light. Now they have a compassion towards us, and they realize that now I see why these people get the worst. The hardest end of the deal all the time, because they're God's chosen. So sometimes they'll say it out loud, other times they won't, but they'll show it through their actions. You kind of scratch your head like,
So when they think that
the hell is that heathen so nice to me all of a sudden? Why is this heathen, treat me so special? Because we're not used to that usually. What I mean? Usually we're used to being invisible, right? Like we don't matter. Black lives matter, right? But you'll get those heathen every now and then that'll treat you different because they didn't have like an experience or two that they may not necessarily enclose to you, but they know.
Is there something on YouTube that says these people, they interviewed these people, they said they were the true Jews and all that kind of stuff?
That's what he was saying. It's on there. You just got to dig for it, and oftentimes it may not come up. You got to actually go into actual books to look this stuff up. Or you might have brothers like in different camps that'll like upload videos, and then they'll like have books, and they'll like film the page on the book, and show like where it says it. So I think I found a brother, but I'm not sure the channel's still up. But they were going through the same book I'm talking about, and they go to and they highlight things on the page and like call them out. There's another video it was hard to find too. I don't know what brother it was, but it was really good. It was funny. It was funny too. Funny Israelite brother, but he was breaking down the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. You know, everyone says that book is like, hokum. It's a forgery. It's not real. There's a lot of stuff in there that says like, the other nations are trash because consider themselves as the chosen, and we have to exterminate them and all this other stuff. But the brothers are going through, breaking down the book, saying, "Look, this is what they said. They said this here, and look what they're doing. They said this, and look what's going on now. How ironic, right? This book's supposed to be a fraud, but all stuff that they're saying in here, we see it becoming a part of the popular culture. But yeah, those videos sometimes they'll be up, and obviously you go back to find those videos if you didn't download them or take notes. You can't find it anymore.
Yep. There's several times that I've had that happen with the chariots from like the 90s, early 2000s. They used to have some real good NASA videos and clips of chariots they had. They were monitoring from the satellites out in space. I can't find them. Like,
yeah,
real vivid.
Yeah,
you can see like wow, like how they're moving in and out of the earth. Out of storms and clouds and things, and going from one atmosphere, like you can't find it no more. Like you get this other surface stuff online, but you can't find those ones that NASA had. But to your point, as far as for we're talking about the chariots and how they've abducted certain people, and whether you believe that they actually got abducted or if they were shown visions, but sometimes the Most High will have these events happen to the heathen as a testimony to kind of shed light as to what their fate or what they have done to certain people. And like you said, sometimes they'll come back and they show you kindness, like Jeremiah 15:11, right? The Most High make your enemies to be at peace with you. So I'm gonna read this in Matthew 27:19 to kind of use as a reference back during the time when Yahushua was about to be crucified, right? This is Matthew 27:19. It says, when he was set down at the judgment seat, his wife sent unto him, saying, have thou nothing to do with that just man, for I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him. Right? So here is Pontius Pilate. His wife came to him, said, listen, let that man go. Let him be. I've suffered so many tumultuous dreams throughout the day concerning him. So she was trying to persuade him, don't do it. Like, don't do it, because what's going to now happen later on for you doing this, man, I'm seeing, like she was seeing it. And she was to be trumped by the chief priests and elders and everyone else saying, nah, crucify him, crucify him, crucify him. And Pontius Pilate went and did it. So even back then, when Pontius Pilate's wife was shown herself by the Spirit, the visions of what would happen after the crucifixion of Yahushua, you're going to have other heathens that are also going to be seeing glimpses of their judgment on their faith or their fate based on what they have done to Israel and based on the decisions and things they've done in their life to us. They're going to see what's going to happen, and then those are going to be the ones that are going to wake up and be like, oh man, this is wrong, this is bad, and then they go out of their way and show extra kindness towards you, right? And when they do that, on the surface, sometimes people don't know what's really going on. Right. And they'll be like, you see that? Oh, they're not all bad. They're not all wicked. Look what this person is doing. Look what they're doing for us. We're not doing it for us. Look what they're doing. And you want to condemn them, not knowing that the Lord put the Spirit on them for them to do that, to show kindness for us in these last days, but to also allow them to see their fate. Even in the parable of Lazarus and the rich man, the rich man and Lazarus,
toward the end, that was that same thinking. Like, I can see what my fate is going to be. We got to go back and send someone to let the rest of them know. And some of them are seeing it, and that's when they're going out and showing their kindness to try to make up for all the wrong that they've done.
Okay.
You said something about Jeremiah, what was it?
15 and 11.
15 and 11.
Yeah. That's our classic go-to, right? When our people always, they're usually the ones that bring it up. Listen, man, my manager is a heathen, as you say. They gave me a raise 2 years in a row. They invited me to the Christmas party, you know, like, I know their kids. Our kids play together. It's like, it still doesn't mean that they're not the enemy of the Most High. Like, you know, like, come on. They're still the wicked. But, you know. Because Esau's good for that, right? But a general rule, I know some of you listening could probably laugh about this. We talked about this in classes past. The heathen they can always be polite or generous, especially when they know in their mind they have a leg up on you, right? Or in a higher position. But being in that same work environment or whatever organization you work for, you know, for-profit, non-profit, whatever, let you be at the same level, right? Competing for, like, say, the next promotion. See how they treat you, right? Because they'll be real nice to the brother working, you know, the front desk security. Hey, Leroy. Hey, how you doing? How are the kids? Right? But Leroy, that's you know, middle management with them, right? Or slightly above them. Sometimes you know they could be above them. You'll see the disrespect. You'll see the sly comments. You know, the tongue in cheek. You know, off color. You know, expressions that they might do and say. So, like I said, you got to see them in and out of fair weather. But yeah, they will expose themselves. And I know for folks that may be wondering, you know, we talk about, you know, Job 9:24 pertaining to the Elohim, who the world calls aliens, right? And their vehicles, which they used to call flying saucers, used to call UFOs. Now they got a new one. Was a UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena. That's the new one, right? But remember, Satan has power. We touched on that earlier when we talked about the tempting of Christ. So while Satan can give the heathen power, Esau, you know, especially, we read in other scriptures too about how the Most High can send lying spirits from the left-hand side, right? They had meetings in heaven to decide how things happen on the earth. And one of the prophets, Micaiah, during the time of Jehoshaphat and Ahab, he revealed that. He said they had a meeting in heaven and they said, how are you going to do it? He said, I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets. And the Most High was like, go forth and do so. Because that was the judgment that will fall upon King Ahab for his wickedness, that he will fall at a certain battle. So those decisions are happening like that all the time, right? For us and for the other nations based on our decisions. So when we talk about, you know, Esau, you know, getting power from, you know, these other dimensional beings with their aliens and whatnot, unclean spirits can give you all types of insights, give you all types of power, right? Even manifest themselves as certain things, right? Because someone may say, well, you're saying that they're not reptiles. You know, that's crazy because this guy had an eyewitness. You know, he was there and, you know, he actually experienced that. It's like, okay, maybe not. But we know that the Most High said that the angels can manifest all types of ways. So even though they may be giving you power on the left-hand side, they're still lying to you as far as where they're from, how they look, where their power comes from. They could be selling all types of stories, right? And we know there's some stories because these guys actually have the nerve to try to fight against Christ when he comes back, which is like, you guys have to really be fools to try to do that. I don't care how much these spirits have shown you as far as, you know, magical powers or scientific powers or a combination of both. But yeah, they can manifest as lying spirits, right? Show you some things, but then lie to you about other things. So, you know, we have to make sure we include that in the equation. So yeah, let's go back. Oh, let me finish. Sorry. 1 Corinthians 10. I'll read one again. Moreover, brethren, 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 1. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. Just kind of went on a tangent talking about who the clouds are, right? And passed through the sea, talking about them splitting the sea, the Red Sea. and were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea. So they were all cleansed, because baptism means cleanse. In the cloud and in the sea, it says in verse 3, and did all eat the same spiritual meat, and did all drink the same spiritual drink. So using those physical things that we know the Most High did for us, right? As far as allowing manna to grow on the grass, right? Anywhere we were at, so we always had food, and then causing water to come out the rock. But Paul's going a level higher, saying what? Yeah, Most High physically blessed us with those things to nourish us, but he spiritually was blessing us also. How was he doing it? And did all drink of that same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. So he let you know that, yeah, he knows in the spirit that's what that angel's referring to, right? Was the rock, which is Christ, that was the one that was with us throughout the wilderness, right? Some brothers even argue or propose that might have even been the angel that smote the firstborn of Egypt. We don't know for sure in that case, but wouldn't be surprising. But it really wouldn't matter in the end anyway, because we know Christ and any other angel on the right hand, they all follow the Most High's instruction. On the left hand too. But Paul is revealing here that was the Christ even back then. He just hadn't come in his physical form yet. So
now this term under the cloud, you saying this is an angel or a spirit following Moses and his children of Israel?
I'm not saying it. Let's get the verse. Exodus 13. Let's get it real quick when we move on. I have you read it. Let God be true. Every man a liar. So Exodus 13, verse 20 to 22. You can read that, brother.
Exodus 13, you say?
Come.
Exodus 13 and 22.
20, start from verse 20.
20. And they took their journey from Succoth and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness.
So the they is Israel, and we're traveling from place to place. Read on.
21. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud. Pillar of a cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. 22. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, or the pillar of fire by night, from before the people.
See that? This is what you don't see in Cecil B. DeMille's 10 Commandments. We missed that one, right? You have to see Charlton Heston and Yul Brynner, right? Everybody else, all those famous actors, right? But had they missed that? I think another brother brought out how in that movie too, it was like a crescent moon, right? Like it was like maybe last half or waning gibbous something, which was off too, because you read in the law that the Passover began in the middle of the month. The first month in the 14th day of even, which is the middle of the month, which means for it to be accurate, the movie should have depicted a full moon, not a crescent moon. But, you know, like I said, when you read the scriptures and you go back to these false images that we were given growing up, we can break them apart and go, oh, that's a lie. That's foolishness. That didn't make sense. That's off. So that's the evidence there. So you see that?
Yeah.
So let's go back to you kind of have to recreate these stories in your mind as you read through it. Like you have to recreate a lot of images that we were given by our enemies. Those images, it can stain your brain. It can be long lasting, right? And change the way you think, feel, and decide things. So let's go back to Baruch 6. Baruch 6 and verse 8. It reads, as for their tongue, it is polished by the workman, and they themselves are gilded and laid over with silver, yet are they but false and cannot speak. Right? So these are dumb idols. Remember, when we see dumb, usually when we say dumb today, dumb just means like, oh, that guy's an idiot, right? What a dummy. But actually, the word dumb literally means you just can't speak. You can have someone who's intelligent, right? But they're mute. You could say, oh, that person is dumb, right? But it's not coming at their intellect. It's just say that they can't speak because they might be a mute for one reason or another. But to show that idols are useless, to link with 6 and 8, you can link Habakkuk chapter 2. Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 18. Habakkuk 2, chapter 2, verses 18. It reads, once again, Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 18.
Who is this at? Habakkuk?
Yeah, it's right before Zephaniah and after Nahum. It's part of what they call the minor prophets. So if you flip too fast, you might miss it because it's not that long. It's only 3 chapters. So Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 18, it reads, what profit the graven image that the maker thereof have graven it? The molten image and a teacher of lies, that the maker of his work trusteth therein to make dumb idols, meaning idols that can't speak, right? Like we were talking about before. Verse 19, woe unto him that saith to the wood, awake, and to the dumb stone, arise, it shall teach. Behold, it is laid over with gold and silver, and there is no breath at all in the midst of it. Verse 20, but Yahweh is in his holy temple. Let all the earth keep silence before him. See that? So you kind of did like a nice reversal. You want to yell at the idol and tell, speak, speak. Then it said, but keep silent before the true and living God who's in his holy temple for real. Not this fraud.
Give it to me again. H-A-B, right?
H-A-B.
Okay.
H-A-B-A.
Second verse.
2, 18 to 20. Habakkuk chapter 2, verses 18 to 20. But we're going to get more of that as you read on in Baruch 6. Like Baruch 6 is like the key chapter to go to really make the case. Idols. Why? Stop it. Stop doing it. But like you said, thousands of years. It's like one of the most popular pastimes of nations, us included. Idols, 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 idols. You just can't stop. 2022, we're still worshiping idols to this very day. That we can't stop.
You talk to some people, can't even see that they're worshiping an idol, right? When you talk to Muslims, they don't see the cobblestone as an idol. They don't see that the Hajj and then walking around it and doing salat. They don't see that as an idol. People who have a cross up in their house, right, and how they reverence it, they don't see that's an idol. You talk about, oh no, I don't do no idols. But then when you start pointing out certain things that they have and they ritualize to those things, then it's like you can't see that you're using this as an idol, right? So Satan has made it so comfortable and so blinding that you can't even see that you have it right in front of you and you've been worshiping it all this time, and it's kind of like far removed from your understanding that that's the same thing that you're doing.
Absolutely. Remember, when you tell someone the truth and they don't receive it, 2 reasons. One, they're either blind, they just can't see it, Deuteronomy 28 and 28. Or 2, they do see it and they're rebelling against it, the truth, for one reason or another, which is usually one of the temptations. Where they already see that fell by the wayside. Then you want to figure out if they're more so seed that fell on the stony ground or the seed that fell amongst the thorns. In other words, are they just succumbing to affliction? That's why they're trying to leave the truth, because they might have been pursuing the truth and went through some kind of hardship, and they have a problem with the Most High because of it. Or lust of the flesh. They don't want to serve a higher power, or they only want to serve a higher power. Let them do what they want in their flesh. So everyone falls into those categories when it comes to temptation, because we're all flesh. Yeah, we're different, but we're tempted in the same way. So blindness, rebelliousness. And then you got to figure out why they're rebellious based on the parable of the sower and the seed. What's their temptation that's, got them out the zone? But we'll go into that in more detail in class when we break down that parable. But that's the overall picture. Doctrines, afflictions, lusts. And when we are being tempted ourselves, we have to know ourselves and say, okay, which one am I succumbing to right now? Is it doctrines? Is it afflictions? Is it lusts? Which one has got me on the fence? So that you can resist the devil properly. So it's not so much a complicated thing, temptation. It's not really complicated. It's just difficult to resist when you have an urge, right, in your flesh, and you don't have self-control. That's what makes it difficult. But it's not really a mysterious thing per se. So let's go back to Baruch 6. Let's read verse 9. We read Habakkuk 2, 18 to 20, just as an example to show that the dumb idols. I wasn't going to get it before, but let me read it now since we're talking about it real quick. 1 Corinthians chapter 12, since it literally says dumb idol. 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 1 and 2. So 1 Corinthians 12 and 1, it reads, now concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. So it says concerning spiritual gifts, brethren. So Paul's writing to his brothers and sisters that are in Corinth, talking about spiritual gifts. He says, I would not have you ignorant, meaning I would not have you unaware. Unaware about what? As you read on, it goes into the spiritual gifts. But check out what he says in verse 2 as in a very important point. Paul writes to our brothers and sisters, ye know that ye were Gentiles. How were they Gentiles? It says, carried away into these dumb idols, even as you were led. So talking about us, what? Us being not physically Gentiles, but following that spirit of what the Gentiles do. Carried away into these dumb idols. Which again, dumb doesn't mean like you're an idiot, like people say today. It just means that you can't speak. Right? That's what you hear people say, the deaf, dumb, and blind. Right? Deaf, can't hear. The dumb, you can't speak. The blind, you can't see. Right? All dealing with what? Specific senses that have been impaired, be it physically or spiritually impaired, right? Because, there's a such thing as spiritual hearing, such a thing as spiritual speaking. There's such a thing as spiritual hearing. Spiritual seeing, sorry. So 1 Corinthians 12, 1 and 2, also Habakkuk 2, 18 to 20. All those linking with the Baruch chapter 6 and verse 8. Which I'll read verse 8 again. Baruch chapter 6, verse 8. As for their tongue, it is polished by the workman. They themselves are gilded and laid over with silver, yet are they but false and cannot speak. Now I'm in Baruch 6 and 9. It reads, and taking gold, as it were, for a virgin that loveth to go gay, they make crowns for the heads of their gods. Right? So, yeah. Let me pull up a tab. So you don't think I'm making this up, but some of you might already know. But remember the word gay, we know it's used now. We know with Esau, he likes to control how things are defined, right? He likes to shift the goalpost when it comes to standard of definition. But when you look up the word gay, it's not just pertaining to those who are homosexual, right? Or it's not just something that, young kids will use as an insult, right? Like they see one of their friends, saying to do something funny, go, oh man, that's gay. Hey, why are you wearing that? Why are you talking like that? That's gay, right? But no, gay actually what? One of the definitions for gay means what? Happy, right? But then you also have one that means what? I'm about to show you now in the dictionary. It just means flashy, right? Something that's flashy. Let me see here. Okay, you can see it. So if I put in gay, dictionary.com, right? and you can confirm with hard copy dictionaries. See what you see? The first two definitions are the ones that people use now, but then it says older use, having or showing a merry, lively mood, gay spirits, gay music. Then you have older use, bright or showy, gay colors, gay ornaments. You'll see this a lot in the scriptures, like also in, was it James chapter 2, where it says you don't want to respect persons based on someone's appearance. They talk about a man who's wealthy and has gay clothing. So you read that and go, oh, gay clothing. So he must be dressed up like, you know. Yeah. I can get it as a link if you want to see it. But it's talking about what? Something being bright or showing. That's the context here when it talks about what? Them decking up these idols and make them bright or showy with golden crowns and things like that. So when it's talking about the virgin or the young girl that loves to go gay, it just means how girls like to, dress up, dress nice, decorate themselves, et cetera, et cetera. That's the context here. Not talking about, them becoming lesbian. That's not what it's saying here.
It's funny that word, when you look at all of those definitions, it's as if today's quote unquote gay has taken all of them, right? Because you usually will see homosexuals as being flamboyant, loud colors, right? Always happy wherever they're going, like they're floating down the street.
Floating.
They've taken all of that for themselves.
Right.
I remember I was going to go and purchase something close somewhere, and it had which was the rainbow, like the rainbow that you see in the sky had like a emblem or something like that on it. And I wasn't paying attention. And when I stepped back and looked at the section, it was Gay Pride Week or month or whatever it was. They had a selection of clothing that was just for that. And I was like, oh, damn, man, they've taken ownership of the rainbow, right? Because now, something that the Most High made as a sign of a token now is now used for another purpose, that if I now get something like this, I'm going to be lumped in with being homosexual, because that's their now brand, right? They own it indirectly.
Come. So this is James chapter 2. I'm going to read this Baruch real quick, because you brought up a good question. You said, that's in the Bible, so let's get it. James chapter 2 real quick. We'll just read 1 down to 4. If you could read that Ratazian Baruch once you have it. Make sure everybody write it down. James chapter 2, verse 1 to 4, and look at with verse 9, where, like we just showed in the dictionary, that gay can also just mean bright or showy.
2, 1 through 4, right?
Yes.
Everybody there? James chapter 2, verse 1. My brethren, have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory, with respect to persons?
Right. So James here is talking about respect of persons, which just means showing, like playing favorites. So they're judging someone according to what they said or did, according to the law. It's like you turn a blind eye and say, well, I'll give them a pass because that's my family, or because I like so and so. I like the way they sing songs. Like they always make fun of Israel when we do that. When we do it with like celebrities. Not to say that Esau don't set up our celebrities, which they do. But then even our people will even look beyond the wickedness that our own people do, just because they like their music. Like R. Kelly be like a famous example, like Michael Jackson, right? Where he may have done certain things, but then it's like they always blow out of proportion. But I wouldn't say so much in the case of R. Kelly, because we had evidence to that, right? More than one case. And I think the Boondocks had a little episode where they were making fun of that. People's like respecting R. Kelly's person and saying, let the Pied Piper go because we love his music. And it's like, dude, he's urinating on minors. Like, come on, really? But I don't want to get into that because it's funny, but it's just they have like Huey versus like Riley kind of going into whether or not he should be guilty or not. But yeah, that was the talk of the town when that was going on. When he was in court for that. But that's what respect of persons pretty much is, right?
It's dealing with people who are famous or rich or
right. Or it could be someone that's close to you. And that's what respect of Favoritism, yeah. Way to sum it up. Playing favorites instead of just judging them according to what the Most High said. So read on in verse 2.
Verse 2. For if there come unto you assembling a man with a gold ring and goodly apparel, and there come also a poor man in vile raiment.
Right. So he's giving you a scenario, right? You're in the court. One person comes in, dressed nice, dressed to the nines. Like today, you might say, you might wear a 3-piece suit, Whew, that Armani, man, that's sharp. Then you got someone else that comes in vile raiment, right? You might have some, Foreman Mills, Walmart, maybe construction gear, something you might did some work around, did some work in. Read on.
3. And ye have respect to him that weareth the gay clothing, and say unto him, sit thou here in a good place.
Right. So that weareth the gay clothing, meaning what? The lively or showy clothing, right? That's nice. Right? It's all, fancy. That's what you're talking about with the idols, dressing them up like as if they're an actual god. Right? So the virgins that like to go gay, the men, those that wear the gay clothing, it's the same definition of gay. It's not talking about being homosexual. So what are you doing? Telling the person that wears the gay clothing, the one that wears a goodly apparel with a gold ring, right? Fancy jewelry. Sit down in a good place, but then,
sit down here in a good place, and say to the poor, stand thou there, or sit here under my footstool.
Right. So now you want to be nice to the person who's dressed nice, got the jewelry on, but the person who's dressed in more mean clothing, right? Stand here and sit here under my footstool. So just off of their appearance and just the fact you can look and kind of say, okay, he don't have much, or she doesn't have much. Let me just be coarse or rough with them, and just off the jump, give them a different treatment. That's not how we're supposed to judge, right? It's about who did righteously, who did wickedly, regardless of how much they had, right? Read verse 4.
4. Are ye not then partial in yourselves, and are become judges of evil thoughts?
Right. So he's checking them on that if they do that. They play favorites based on how much you have, right, in your appearance, right? That's not how our courts are supposed to be set up in righteousness when we judge. That's why the Most High, as a punishment, said, I'm going to raise up these nobodies I don't care about. Right now, Esau is the number one guy, right? I'm going to have them rule over you, and they're going to have respect of persons against you now. Since you want to do this to each other, now I'm going to have these people I don't care about, these nobodies. That's what Esau is. They're pretty much a nobody. They're no people. Put them up on high, right? Make them the top nation. And anytime they go in their court, they're going to show respect to persons for their people, and then do it against you, right? You're going to be that person in the vile raiment every time you go in the courtroom, even if you are dressed up nice, And that's that lie you see a lot of times with the heathen that come over here, that have been coming over, especially the so-called white ones from other parts of Europe, to say, yeah, we came here with with nothing. We worked hard to have what we had, right? Almost like as a underhanded shot at us and like Gad and Reuben, right? That are here, but they're not doing good. It's like, so you're talking about, poverty based on what you do. You examine what we've been going through. It's poverty because of who we are, not because of lack of hard work. It's not the same, right? So it's different being judged for what you are, regardless of what you do. But our people have this thing in their mind where they think, yeah, if I just work hard enough, get the good grades, go to the best school, right, I'll be accepted. It's not how this white supremacy works. They don't care about how hard you work. And I think Malcolm had a quote made it very clear. He said, it was a so-called white man called so-called black man. It was a so-called white man called so-called black man with a PhD. Same thing, right? But a lot of our people didn't learn that lesson, and then we still lie to ourselves and say, yeah, if I just present myself a certain way in their system, I can move ahead. It may get you certain things, but in the end, anytime they want to just, pull the plug on you, they could come up with all types of reasons to do it, right? That's why the Most High, he needs to be the one that's our focus, because He made the system like this, where respect to Persia is going to work against us for that reason, so that we can come back to him. Because think about it, if we were able to play their game and move ahead and just do what they said, and everything will work out, then we will totally forget the Most High. We'd just be Romans or Americans or British, wherever country we've been taken to. We would just merge into their system and just become a part of that and say, yeah, this is the way. So it's a blessing the Most High doesn't let us get away, even when we play by the rules, right? Because he's letting us know it's not about playing by their rules. It's about playing by my rules, the law, statutes, and commandments. That's what's going to set you on high. That's what's going to make you that great nation I made you to be. All right. So yeah, that's for the gay clothing example, or the word being gay being used to mean bright or showy.
Or goodly apparel.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case, it's talking about clothing. We can talk about anything though. So let's go back to Baruch chapter 6. Oh, I see the comment in the chat. Brother Nahum Israel. We're in Philadelphia. What we'll do, I guess I can do it real quick if you want, if you're still watching. I'll put it in the bottom. We're right around Broad Street and Erie Avenue in Philly. But if you're not from Philly, I'll give you the specific address. So I got it scrolling at the bottom now. See, ask where our location is. All right. But let's go back to Baruch chapter 6. Baruch chapter 6, and let's read on. I'll read verse 9 again. It says, and taking gold, as it were for a virgin that loveth to go gay, or dress nice, showing, they make crowns for the heads of their gods. We reference James 2, 1-4 about that kind of gay as opposed to the gay we normally refer to as gay today. Words have more than one definition, right? Even the word virgin has more than one definition. We see it in the scriptures, right? Even a different Hebrew word for one versus the other. One for a young woman, different Hebrew word versus a woman that hasn't been betrothed to a husband yet. It's not the Hebrew word. But you look up that English word virgin, you'll see that what? It means those two things. It can also mean what? Not just a woman that hasn't been betrothed to a husband, but it can also just mean a young maiden. Just not commonly used now in today's English, but it was before. We might go to other countries that speak English, and they might use that in that way. As they say, the King's English, right? You go over there, you say, I speak English. And they're like, they'll look at you over the UK, go, you guys don't speak English. You guys speak American. And we're like, American? Oh, right. Because over here, to us, it's just, English. But for them listening to us, it's like, no, you guys don't talk the way we talk. There's things we say you guys don't say, and vice versa. And technically, they're not wrong. Like the prophecy said, with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. So regardless of what language you speak, no matter where we've been taken captive, all praise to the Most High and his mercy, because he kept this intact. So that no matter where we've been scattered to, we can find this book in our language that we grew up learning. It wasn't ours. And learn this truth about who we are while we're in lower state and what we can do to get out of it.
As far as you just making a point, as far as for English, right, and how there's British English and differentiate between American English.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing with sign language, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have American sign language and you got British sign language. You would think like that, you just sign with your hands. How different can it be? But it's a distinction, right? And they'll be able to tell like, oh no, that's American. You guys don't even sign right.
I remember seeing this movie one time, and these Americans were posing as Germans, and they got caught because they did something with their fingers. In America, they do this, and in Europe, they do this. Right. And when he did this, they were like, "Oh, he's not German." And they killed him.
Was that the Tarantino?
Yep.
Yeah. Inglorious Bastards, that one?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. I believe that.
They count like we do, like this 1, 2, 3. They start like this. So when you go, I've done it before. You go somewhere and like, yeah, how many you want? Oh, I want 2. So you want 3? No, I want 2. you're holding up this. This is 3, right? So they're already assuming, they're already taking this because you've used this finger. And it's like, oh, right. So they already know that, okay, this guy's not from here. So just on that sign is a distinction.
I'm cracking up because I'm thinking about whenever I start the service, I always do that. Like I have a typical introduction. I change it up here and there, but I say the basic thing over and over again. But I always say politically, economically, religiously. So when they see it, they go, I didn't go politically, economically.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. So back to Baruch chapter 6. It's like the where they showed the pentagram. The more you know, with little, not stars but pentagrams. They turn that into a meme too, where somebody says something that's like clever or smart that you didn't know, and they show the more you know. Dun, dun, dun. Oh boy. Anyway, Baruch chapter 6 in verse 10. It reads, sometimes also the priests convey from their gods gold and silver and bestow it upon themselves. So we're going to read this too, not today, but next time we do the Sabbath. We get into a history of Bel and the dragon, right? A part cut off from the end of Daniel, where you get the priests that push an idol, right? They're the ones that, the spokesperson for the idol. And people will give the idol different things, and when people aren't looking, they're like, thanks, Baal. Thanks, Bel. I think I'll take that one. Little treat for me. I'm your priest. I got your back, right? Talking to the idol. I got your back, right? So why don't you give me, this nice little coat that they gave you? I'm gonna take this. Right, but you see that. I know we're talking about movies, but there's a scene in this movie called Minority Report. It's like a futuristic movie set in the future about they call pre-crime. These people that had this ability to foresee horrible events. They can see, and it's up to the people to analyze their dreams, which they kind of pull into a computer, and figure out where the crime's taking place, and then stop it. But there's a conversation between the main characters, Tom Cruise, and the other cops, and they're saying and I think the other guy comes who's the attorney general, whatever he is. I forget what he is, but he comes from some other department in D.C. It's set in D.C. in the future. He says, the power has always been with the priests. He said, even if they had to make up the oracle, you kind of see the other cops are kind of smile like this, laughing. And Tom Cruise is like, what are you guys laughing at? You guys know what he's talking about. And it's like, well, he actually makes a good point. He's like, we're more clergy than cops, as far as what we're doing, stopping, changing fate and destiny and all that. It's kind of like an interesting dialogue. We look at what the work that they're doing, and it's like, that's interesting. Because say something happens to the precogs, if you wanted to, you could just run your own operation and say the precog said it. But you're working on the precog's behalf, or you're working on God's behalf as a priest to do God's work. It could just be your own idea, what you decide. You could decide then who gets locked up and who doesn't. Just say, oh, we had a vision from our people that you were going to do this. And what could you say? Because they're the priests. So I see it here when they say, the priests pretty much get all the benefits from the idol. We know it's nothing, but the priests benefit because they're the ones that got all the people conned into worshiping it or celebrating it. So it also makes you think too, in Acts, who's the one? Not Alexander the coppersmith. Who's the other one? Was it Demetrius? Who was the one that was in Ephesus? That was was mad at Paul because he was out there teaching about Diana, how Diana of Ephesus was a fraud, not to follow her. But he was he made idols. I forget the guy's name, but you read about that in Acts. Maybe we have some time. We'll read that section. But the overall story was he obviously didn't like Paul because he was cutting in his business. So whether this guy was into Diana or not, that was his livelihood in Ephesus, in that place. When he wrote the letter to the Ephesians, those were people that were in Ephesus. Paul was cutting into his business. He was out there teaching, Diana is not real. Diana's an idol. Don't worship her. We're reading here. Demetrius. So yeah, so he was mad at Paul. It was like, yo, man, like what's the word is we made a reference to that last week. I was talking with the Shah about the that Dave Chappelle, like that short little Dave Chappelle stand-up he did, where he was talking about he said something to a guy who was out there doing like a 3-car Monte. And the guy grabbed him up and was like, never get in the way of a man and his meal. Right? So it's like that. Demetrius was like, don't get in the way of my bread, man. But Paul's like, dude, you're making idols. You're destroying the people inside and out. So, yeah, Demetrius, throughout. Then it says in verse 11, yeah, they will give thereof to the common harlots and deck them as men with garments, being gods of silver and gods of gold and wood. So even the poorest of the people, the base of people, right? Living not so modest lifestyles, they'll even give those things to them, right? For services rendered or not rendered. But all in all, these are supposed to be holy things, right? That the people revere. But look who's able to partake of them. So once again, he's just making the hypocritical case of why people, serve idols and how it's just foolish. And now you're a hypocrite if you do, and that you don't need to do it. To link with verse 11, we can go back to Jeremiah 10. I know before we referenced 2-5. As you go further down, it says this. Pick up the pace too, because been here for a minute.
Still chapter 10, Jeremiah?
We're going to as Jeremiah 10 as a link up. But not going to get 2-5 like we read earlier. This is Jeremiah 10. I'm going to read 8 down to 10. Jeremiah chapter 10, verses 8 to 10, to link with Baruch 6 and 11. So Jeremiah 10 and 8, it reads, but they are altogether brutish and foolish. The stock is a doctrine of vanities, or things that are, once again, vanity. What's the word vanity mean? Something of no value, right? Worthless. Verse 9, silver spread into plates is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Uphaz, the work of the workman, in the hands of the founder. Blue and purple is their clothing. They are all the work of cunning men. So going to how they deck idols, right? All these precious tapestries and jewelry. Then it says in verse 10, but the Lord is the true God. He is the living God and an everlasting King. At his wrath, the earth shall tremble, and the nations shall not be able to abide his indignation. So he's the one that deserves that praise, not these idols. So Jeremiah 10, once again, Jeremiah 10, 8 to 10, linking it with Baruch 6 and 11 about them decking these idols with all these types of precious metals that even the lowest basest sort of people can and do partake of. So in verse 12, it says, yet cannot these gods save themselves from rust and moth, though they be covered with purple raiment. So you can dress them up as nice as you want, yet they themselves get what? Rust, right? And they get moth on them, right? As they'll flock to these things when they're sitting outside or sitting there for a certain period of time. They'll collect dust, and other types of animals and creatures will try to live on or in them, right? Try to burrow a hole somewhere inside. And we talk about rust, right? In chemistry, they call it oxidation, right? It's pretty much like a slow burning away. And it says that's the same process. Like when you leave a bike out in the rain, you see it get rusty. Scientists say oxidation is the same thing that happens with us as far as the aging process. It's like we're slowly burning, slowly oxidizing. That's what causes us to get, wrinkles, bones start to, get weak and brittle, and muscles start to deteriorate, right? So it's like we're slowly burning. So how interesting is that? That sin would lead to something like that. But we die, and that's why. But let's go to Leviticus 6 and 12. Matthew 6, 19 and 20, which reads, part of a famous, what they call the Beatitudes, right? From Christ's Sermon on the Mount, right? Even the world will quote things from us, the Sermon on the Mount, just like Matthew 5 to Matthew 7. But it says in Matthew 6:19, lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. Verse 20, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through or steal. So when we talk about treasures on earth, right? You have treasures on earth, right, which aren't wicked. Nothing wrong with having treasures on earth. Just don't make them into an idol. That's what we're reading here in Baruch 6. Because why? These things can happen to them. They can get rust. They can get moths. Thieves can come and break in and take them. So that means they took them. That means your God is gone, right? Because somebody took it. You mean to tell me that's something that's to be worshipped? Something that can be stolen? So let's go back to Baruch chapter 6. This is verse 13. They wipe their face because the dust of the temple, when there is much upon them. So you got to go in there and every so often clean them up. Like clean up your house, or a place of business. You got to keep them clean. But once again, the point being, if these supposed to be gods, why should they need cleaners? Right? Verse 14. And he that cannot put to death one that offended him, hold the scepter, as though he were a judge of the country. So making fun of him again, it's like, how are you going to give this idol a scepter in their hand, right? Which is a tool that a king or queen uses, right, to pass judgment. We read about the scepter that Ahasuerus had during the time of Esther. Just as an example, you give this to an idol, as if they can judge a country. They can't judge anything, right? It's just a dumb statue. That's all it is. 15. He hath also in his right hand a dagger and an axe, but cannot deliver himself from war and thieves. See that? So you take these idols and arm them with weapons, but yet if plunderers come, they can just take in and rob them. I'm thinking about now is I'm thinking about Egypt, right? You see that like the statues of the different gods, right? And I have them like this. This is where they got the Wakanda thing from, right? They do like this one, the Black Panther movie. But you'll see how they, I'm not sure if it's left or right over left. They'll have the statues of the either old pharaohs that died of Egypt or the gods that they were supposed to be the embodiment of, because the Egyptians did a special ritual that would make the people say that the pharaoh that was on earth, he was supposed to be the embodiment of Ra or Osiris or whoever, right? After he became the new ruler. You see the statues like this, and you see they got like different things in their hand, like a flail, a little dangly thing, got something else in their hand, right? It's like a curved thing. I'm not sure what they call it. You see them holding these. So when the plunderers came after Egypt fell, they went in there and said, "Oh, this is the mighty Osiris, the mighty Amun-Ra, whoever. All right, that's nice. I'm gonna take this gold off him real quick. Take the jewels from outside his coffin. And give me this, give me that, right? Supposed to be, all big, bad, and powerful Osiris, right? You don't just steal from him like that, because it's a dumb idol. But you got a lot of people, even to this day, that still worship these guys. And Esau's one of the number one culprits. This guy can't get enough. We were talking about it last night in the class. Esau can't get enough of these Hamite gods, right? To where they build their entire countries, their entire civilizations, which are governed by these secret societies. But the secret's out. You do a little research into these secret societies that they got. A lot of them are just what? All they're doing is redoing what the Hamites did before, worshiping those same gods and idols, just covering their faces and making them look like them. So much for your secret. But reading on in verse 16, it says, whereby they are known not to be gods, therefore fear them not. So these are not gods. They can come to this. How can they be gods? 17, for like as a vessel that a man useth is nothing worth when it is broken, even so it is with their gods. When they be set up in the temple, their eyes be full of dust through the feet of them that come in. Right? People come in, they're actually, living, breathing. They come in and track dust. Dust will, particles will fly around, and that happens day in and day out. Give it a week, a month or so, right? You look around and it's like, Let me do some dusting, right? It's kind of dusty up in here. It's supposed to be an idol, right? It's supposed to be this thing, but it's just sitting there, just getting dusty. But people celebrate, worship this thing. Like I said before, we laugh, but this is very popular. We've been doing this for thousands of years. It's crazy, but here we are still worshiping, celebrating idols. And any of us that is usually an example that's close to home, Protestant church, yes, but especially the Catholic Church, right? What do we do in the Catholic Church? Right? You got statues of Jesus, statues of Mary, right? Sometimes Mary holding baby Jesus. What do people do? They go into church, right, to praise the God we can't say. But then they get on their knees and do like this, which we never did this in the scripture. We do like this, not like this, but bow before an idol of Jesus or Mary, right? And say, "Oh, Mary, Mary, full of grace." And they got an idol around their neck called the rosary that they mess with. They say, they do that. They mess around with the rosary beads. They say, "Oh, Mary, please," right? Praying to Mary. If Mary would not, she'd look at that and go, "What the hell is this? Why are you bowing down to me?" Right? Serve my son Christ, right? And by him serving him, you serve the Heavenly Father, right? That's what people do in these Catholic churches, bowing down to idols. But like you said earlier, a lot of them have been tricked into not looking at it as idol worship. That's exactly what it is. When you sit back and examine it. So that's just one example. There's many others. Reading on in verse 18, it says, "And as the doors are made sure on every side upon him that offendeth the king, as being committed to suffer death, even so the priests make fast their temples with doors, with locks and bars, lest their gods be spoiled with robbers." So you gotta hire a security team, right? Now today's times, then you got the ADT, right? You got the more high-tech home security. You got the cameras, right? You got the Ring? People put the Ring with the Ring doorknob, right? The Ring on their door, right? To see who's coming. But if it's a God, right, that's supposed to be made you, right, that created you, why does it need a security system, right? Whether it was guards back there in ancient times, doing night watches, to high-end cameras, right? That'll pretty much send a signal if somebody breaks in and have the cops, the modern-day guards, come to get the robbers. It's supposed to be a God. Why does it need all this special security? Why does it need to be kept up and locked up? Just showing you that this thing is it's foolish to worship this thing. And we won't go into it now. We read the first part of History of Bel and the Dragon. That's the part going into Bel. We see a perfect example of this story play out, which is pretty much a History of Bel and the Dragon from verse 1 down to about 22. And 23 on it goes into the dragon. But we'll read that in a couple weeks. But that story is excellent to read, where we can see how they had to do this for a God to prove whether or not it was real, right? Daniel had to actually go through the motions with adults, not just adults, rulers of the entire nation. And as you read, you see Daniel's he's kind of like a similar position as Elijah, where it's like he's trying to laugh in their face, like, really, y'all think this? Okay, so we'll put it to the test, right? Because the king at that time, it was like, yeah, we'll put food here, and we'll come the next day, and it'll eat the food because it's alive. Bel's alive; it'll actually eat the food. Daniel was like, okay, let's put it to the test. And he does a clever stratagem to expose how the food was actually being eaten, that it wasn't Bel doing it. But I won't spoil it. A couple of weeks from now, when we read that, we'll get into that story. But it's in History of Bel the Dragon. See, he had to go through all these motions just to get them to realize it's just a statue. It's not a God, And his life was being threatened, right? If he was wrong, they said you're going to be put to death. If we're right, okay, we'll destroy, we'll break down the statue. But if you're wrong, you're going to be put to death. It's just like, wow, I'm going to be killed over this foolishness. But we'll see it again when we get into the Song of the Three Holy Children. Same thing. But reading on. Verse, where am I at? 20. Oh, 19. They light them candles, more than for themselves, where they cannot see one. So they light candles around it. And sometimes they even do this for little smaller ones too. You'll see like the Greeks, the Romans, that built like little small ones that they were poor. You see, I think that you see that in Gladiator, right? With the Russell Crowe's character, where he has like these little idols set up on like a shelf. He lights these candles. He's like praying to these idols, for he can have revenge for his family that he lost, etc. But they do that for small and big idols. And we go into our neighborhood, especially with our people. We'll have those idols on our front little stoop, right? In front of the house. You'll see them they'll put them on the front windowsill, right? The little idol. And then when holidays come around, they'll set the candles next to them too. So you say, oh, look at that. The nice statue of Mary. Look at the nice statue of Jesus on their front mantelpiece. Oh, how nice. And then, they stepped it up when Obama became president. They had a picture of Obama on their front stoop, right? Ah, yes, hope, right? With the words hope. You know that picture always show where it's like, not black and white, it's like brown and like blue or whatever and red. And he's looking up like this, kind of like a watermark picture. You see him like this. He says, hope. So it's like you done turned this prop of a president into an idol and got him on your front stoop now. He's your newest god. But so funny? That's not anything new either, because the Romans used to do the same thing, right? The Romans would get whatever the Caesar was, they would get a bust of that Caesar and look at him as if he was a god, right? Whatever Caesar was in charge, you would get a statue and put that up somewhere in their house. But anytime they had guests over, they could see a statue or a bust of the current Caesar. Like, oh, wow. Yes. Caesar, yes. God on earth. Like I said, this thing has been going on for thousands of years, man. But reading on in verse 20, it says, they are as one of the beams of a temple, yet they say their hearts are gnawed upon by things creeped out of the earth. And when they eat them in their clothes, they feel it not. So these same statues are made out of the same beams to keep the thing up, right? It's like they're the same materials that prop up the temple, right? That used to lay the foundation for the temple. But then it says you got creepy things that come out of the earth that can start what? Chewing away and gnawing away on this thing, right? Like don't let it be a wooden idol, right? Because then the termites are like, ooh, God bless, right? Go up and start tearing up that wood. We go in there, sometime later, it's just like the idol's like lopsided because the leg is half gone or the eye's missing because it got termites all up in there, going to town.
And one of the few of them that's like this, Psalms 96:5, where it says, "For all the gods of the nations are idols."
Yeah.
But the Lord made the heavens, right?
Yeah.
All three of them, right?
Yeah.
Where His dominion is, the stars, moon, sun, and dominion here. So, to what you're saying, it's the same thing. It's like when the Ark of the Covenant got stolen by the Philistines, and they had it in their temple, and the Most High had it where the idol kept getting knocked over, right? And it's like it can't even save itself, right? But the Spirit of the Most High, who made the heavens, it can even just knock that thing over, and man got to come back and set it back up right.
Come.
But all these guys they're idols. They're nothing. They never delivered anybody out of anything. They can't deliver themselves.
Come. Exactly. 21. Their faces are blackened through the smoke that cometh out of the temple. So we burn righteous incense like we do in the holy place, like the sons of Aaron did. But they burn incense to these false gods. Smoke over time collects on these idols. Give enough time, and it's just like, oh, there's his face again. I can see what he looks like, because it's covered with soot. 22. Upon their bodies and heads sit bats, swallows, and birds, and the cats also. So it's funny we put cats in there because anyone who has or owned a cat, cats are they're the kings and queens of their own court, right? So it's like dogs and cats like opposites, right? Dogs serve the person, it's like that's the joke they say, right? It's like people have dogs as pets, cats have humans as pets, right? Because the cat is just like, yeah, where's my food at? Fix my litter box, do this for me, do that, right? And people just like, oh, I'm so sorry, whatever your cat's name is, right? The cat's just like, yeah, it took you long enough.
I think it was it Egypt?
Uh-huh.
I think it was the Egyptians. Can't remember, but they lost their war because of their worshiping of cats. where the guy who they were fighting against, because they knew that they worshiped these cats and they lifted them up, like you said, it's like, them now catering to them. They use that to their advantage, and they put like symbols of cats and things on their armor and everything else. So when they saw them come, it's like, oh, how can we fight against that? and they lost because of it, because of in their mind they idolized the cats, and when they saw them coming, they ran for fear. I gotta find I think it was the Egyptians. I gotta find it.
It's interesting. You made me think of Elam and how they revere the cow, right? To where a lot of them have the vegetarian diet because they say the cow is sacred. It kind of makes you think of that whole concept too. When you look in the law, it's like, yeah, it's one of the Most High's creations, but they're actually a clean meat. They're a clean animal which we can use for many things, to plow, right? But also could use for eating too. As we see, even the sons of Aaron will consume beef for certain offerings, right? That we gave to them, whether it would be the sin offering or the trespass offering or the peace offering, et cetera, et cetera. It's funny how other cultures will take their sacrifices and change things around. Make unclean animals clean for them and vice versa, right? Even animals that are clean, they'll say, oh, you can't touch them. It's just really confusing, backwards.
Yeah, it was the Egyptians. The Egyptians were fighting against the Persians at the Battle of Pelusium. And they said, you know how they modify a lot of things. When you look at some of the Egyptians' relics, you'll see images of cats
Right.
all through them. And because of that's that war he lost because of that. Because they used that to their advantage.
Wow. Yeah, like I said, with us, we acknowledge the Most High, how he made animals. He gave all the animals different glories, but nothing to be held above a person, nothing to be held above a man or a woman. And with Esau's perversion, we can clearly see, like we talk about the whole, being, homophobic and transphobic and all that. We could totally see them, bringing in the zoophobia, sooner than later, right? Where they're going to try to have actual relationships with animals, their pets, right? Even probably exotic animals too, right? They could literally kill them. And then for you to look at that and laugh and mock and go, this guy's marrying a dog, marrying a cat, this guy's confused. You're going to get canceled now, right? People come at you now. Who are you to say he can't or she can't love that dog, that cat? You must be zoophobic, right? You must be, afraid of man and animal love. There's something wrong with you. You tell other people now, that's crazy, but give it time, because to know the future, just look to the past. Look at the Greeks and Romans. Look at what they were doing. It's coming back.
Decide the first TV show or movie or whatever that has it in it, and the way it kind of like prepare your mind to accept it, and it's wrapped, like it's done. I was watching they have the new Fresh Prince series, and in the series, I forget the young girl's name, the younger sister,
Ashley.
Ashley's gay, right? In the new series,
of course.
Everybody.
Yeah, somebody has to be the gay or transgender in any new series or show that comes out. But Ashley's gay. But now when you watch it and you watching the conversation, it's like so passe. It's like, yeah, I want to talk to them about gay, and she's talking to her sister, and it's like there's no, what? Are you sure? How did you know? It was like just like normal conversation. Like, I don't want to eat broccoli, or I don't even eat Brussels sprouts. Okay, no problem. Just go on to so cavalier. So
No wow effect.
nah, not anymore. Even for me as a viewer, because now I'm expecting it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm expecting, like it wouldn't seem normal now that you watch something like that new and not have that in it, right? Because everything has it in it. Everything has an element. Like if you watch a show and it didn't have it in it, then you're wild. Then you're wild. Then you're like, wow, this show's on point because it don't have it in it. But now any other show, movie, whatever, it's like, okay, I gotta just step to the left and just.
That's normalized behavior. And I think when you guys were talking about a couple Sabbath classes ago, think you and the elder were going back and forth talking about different things that we see in the media, like the sports and how they try to say these she's that once were he's are competing in female sports and breaking all types of records and all that kind of stuff. I think Gabar was chiming in too. With all that, it's like, oh man, I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was about to say. It had to do with what we're talking about now. Maybe it'll come back. But yeah, it's the that's what it was. It's pretty much what the Most High did for us, right? But in reverse, when He brought us out of Egypt, like we were talking about earlier, this generation, right? They had already grown up, normalized by the behaviors of the Egyptians, right? They grew up in that culture, whereas the kids that grew up in the wilderness, right, for those 40 years, all they would know is the manna every morning. All they would know is the Sabbath, the holy days, right? They would grow up in that. So the Most High was like, okay, I still got to do it with my people. This old generation saved, one or two people, right? They all got to be cut off. But the kids that grow up in the wilderness, they'll be ready to then what? Go to war and do what is necessary to go into Canaan and establish themselves as their own nation and not just be constantly wanting to run back to Egypt to fix stuff. We had it easier when we were in Egypt. We were slaves. We were under them. So it's harder to deal with those people who already were set in their frame of mind, Like I said, not to say that always happens, but it's just more difficult. Esau knows this, so he does it. He takes that same concept, but then every generation that comes up, it's like you got to make it more and more normalized. That's why I always keep an eye on cartoons. People say I don't watch those little kid shows, but I always keep an eye on them because in those cartoons you'll see, in those like animated movies and stuff, keep an eye on those things, right? If you're watching it for a different reason. See what they're implanting in those cartoons with the transgender and the lesbian relationships. Because you see it already in the kids' cartoons. That way, if you have young ones and they like certain shows, you at least have an idea of, okay, these are the things that they're being suggested. So when they come back to you for questions, Daddy, Mommy, when they did this in the cartoon, what's that mean? You get an answer with righteousness. You just tell them the truth. Like, yeah, this is where we're heading. This is what this society is about. But the Most High is about this, But yeah, they start young. It's like the Most High started young with us in the wilderness. He said, let me get these young kids and make sure that they know that I'm the true and living God, right? And that they don't need to trust in men. Even a country like Egypt, who was like how America is now. They were like the dominant empire back then. Everybody looked up to.
And then in the episode of Boondocks, some gay episode.
Yeah, I think they had one going in on Tyler Perry. They had another one too. It was like, I think it was Ludacris. He was playing a character called I forget the name of the character, but I think he was in it. But it was talking about thugs, like these guys talking about thugging, loving and stuff. And they had them like, dressed up all hard and stuff, but they had them sagging their pants. But then it was like under the covers, it was like he's supposed to be like this hardcore thug, but he was, into dudes. And like I think Hugh was trying to school Riley, like, hey, Riley, you like that rapper? Don't you know that guy's gay? This, that, and third? And Riley wouldn't see it. At least he was like trying to, deny it. Like, no. Until he like met the rapper, and I think he became a part of like his tour bus or something. And then like some stuff happened in the episode, and he realized, yeah, this rapper that I like, this guy is, gay as they come. But I kind of remember parts of the episode. But they have a couple episodes that deal with like that, and even certain individuals. Because the Tyler Perry one, I think, it caused a little controversy. Because they didn't say Tyler Perry per se. Well, I think they actually did. They actually had him animated, right? They just had him doing certain stuff, dressed up as Medea, and clearly the whole Medea camp was like coming at Aaron Magruder, who wrote Boondocks, like, yo, like, come on, man, you got to chill with that. But Aaron, but Aaron, you listen to him in interviews, he's not the one to hold back. He's just like, look, I gotta get canceled for it, fine, but if I see something that looks kind of funny, I'm gonna address it. I'm gonna make a skit about it, But yeah, back in Baruch 6. It says in verse 23, by this you may know that they are no gods, therefore fear them not. 24, notwithstanding the gold that is about them to make them beautiful, except they wipe off the rust, they will not shine. Neither when they were molten did they feel it. So once again, it's talking about, these idols can't feel or they can't appreciate anything that you do for them as far as how you make them and what you decorate them with. They can't appreciate any of those things because they themselves are idols. They're not alive. The things wherein there is no breath are bought for a most high price, right? So they charge top dollar for these things that don't even breathe. Reference back to, like you mentioned, Acts 19 with Demetrius, right? That was his livelihood, right? I'm not sure if the scriptures even talk about it, but I'm sure we sat him down and talked to him. He'd probably be like, I don't care. I don't care about Diana, but I do care about the dividends I get from making Dianas. So they want to go and worship Diana, go ahead, as long as I make my money. Because a lot of times the idol maker, he has that disposition. Sometimes the idol maker gets caught up in his own, gets high on his own supply. But a lot of times they're probably the ones that are probably the wisest, but on that left-hand side, like, they know what it's all about.
Same thing today, today's time with even some of our people get caught up in it with the eye horse, right? They'll sell different type of merchandise, whether it be actual wood figurines, T-shirts, whatever.
Get tatted,
right, with the eye horse. And it's like, that's pagan. That's like going back to idolatry and it's about making this money, man. It's all about me. That's what they want to buy. Hey, man, what am I? I'm just going to supply. They're going to buy from somebody.
Right.
Rather be me.
Right.
Let me get that money.
Right.
So,
Iron horse. You said eye.
The eye
Of horse.
Oh,
Like the all-seeing eye.
Okay.
You see that transcending into different things, where like the CBS logo, right,
Right.
has the eye. Dollar bill has the eye. Right?
CBS.
Yeah. All of that goes to that form of worship and idolatry. It's just now made into becoming like a nice
Logo.
Yeah, exactly.
For folks who aren't sure, this is what he's. I'll just show you guys real quick if you don't know. And you'll see it, like you said, Khan. You'll see it in all these different TV shows. Incorporated into the camera angles where they show the characters, and they'll only zoom in and they'll only show just their eye. They'll make a camera angle where you look up and you see their one eye.
Yeah.
So you'll see that throughout all these different TV shows, animations. Like you said, people get necklaces of this, they get tattoos of this thing, and they leave one idol to go chase another. So before they were wearing crosses, right? Christian crosses, getting cross tattoos. Sometimes they still do, but they don't switch up for this. They'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm going back to my culture, my Afrocentric culture," not realizing you're Hebrew, and the cross has nothing to do with the actual Christ. So you left one idol, good, Caesar Borgia, good, but you went after another idol through Egyptology or through Islam, and now you're celebrating that by dressing how they dress, wearing what they wear. Right? Speaking the language that they speak, when you're supposed to be following the Hebrew Israelite customs, just like Christ. You're supposed to be speaking Hebrew, just like Christ.
Right. And we speaking about some folks most people who are ignorant. Right? It's like the Mason with the 33 degrees, right? Most people get into it. They only get to the 6-degree level, right? Which is like the base general level. And then that's kind of pretty much what they level off, and they just want to get into doing like community service and doing outreach and things of that nature under that banner. But then you'll have others who will go a little bit higher into the organization, and they start realizing and seeing the actual rituals and the worship and the real spirit behind it, that it's not what they thought it really was. And once you start getting up to that level, now you got a decision on your hands to see if you're really going to sustain and keep going and following and believing in that, or you're going to say, "Oh, no, this is not for me." So even with the eye of Horus, people who want to get back to their roots and Afrocentricity and Egyptology and all of those things. Some will also go into the history and the breakdown of this and what it meant back then, and then want to now have those so-called healing manifestation powers because they view it as a part of their own culture, right? This is what elevated the Egyptians back in their time because they had the sun god Ra or whatever be their god or be their power. So they'll try to channel that spirit and that energy for themselves, right? And Satan, Satan is he uses that to the best of his ability, because a lot of them will believe that following and worshiping and doing those things is what got them up into like the music industry, the arts or whatever, and it got them to a high level. So it's like, yeah, because I follow this, or I wear this, or I wear the t-shirt, or I promote them, every now and again with my hand signs. That's what's allowed me to elevate, right? And who see, you're not there yet. That's why you're not accepting, right? That's why you're against it, because you don't know. You gotta join in, and then you'll be a part of it. So you got both sides. You got a good piece of us that's ignorant, and you got some that know about its history and that now will follow and believe that, and then just suppress anything really that's relevant to Yahushua or Christ.
Come. With the latest music, you can actually end these videos, which all the videos pretty much are like they're all like handheld like videos for the most part now. Right? You notice that most music videos, we have a couple that really get into like the theatrics. Most of them are just like us on the corner, you see them wearing their colors, got their scarf out or whatever, pocket, and instead of them throwing up, their respective gang symbols, you see them. They might throw up, whatever the hand symbol is for their set. They'll rep whatever their set is as far as their gang. And you start seeing them do this one. You see them do, this one. Like that's like the Esau stuff. So they're repping that now. You see that, it's just like they ask that question. Are they trying to get on? Just don't know yet, or do they know and they know? Okay, I got a certain level of influence. Let me get the other kids to do what I'm doing. Because just like hip hop is worldwide, trap, you got trap all over now, and drill is the newest out of all of them, right? Where from trap to drill, it's everything from selling drugs to your own people to putting a hit out on the ops or the opposition, right? It's like every song's pretty much the same thing, This is my block, I sell the drugs to my, the people in my area, or we're gonna take out this other gang that's coming in on our territory. It's like every other song. And that's where we're at. So let's go back to Baruch chapter 6. Baruch chapter 6. It says in verse 26 now, they are borne upon shoulders, that we read earlier when we read it in Jeremiah 10, having no feet, whereby they declare unto men that they be nothing worth. It is they also that serve them are ashamed, for if they fall to the ground at any time, they cannot rise up again of themselves, neither if one set them upright, they move of themselves, neither if they be bowed down, can they make themselves straight. But they set gifts before them as unto dead men. So everything from the Christmas tree, right, that we deal with now, going back to Babylonian practice. So what you mentioned earlier, Kahan, as far as we already got Jeremiah 10. Let's get the other one in 1 Samuel 5, right? Read it real quick. We just read this in the Sabbath service not too long ago. And like we were talking about last time we went through Samuel's, oftentimes it's what? Like the Most High said in the Ten Commandments. Don't make any likeness of anything that's in heaven above, or that's in the earth beneath, or that's in the water under the earth. A lot of times these idols are born out of what? Whatever was the livelihood of that people in that place. So it makes sense. We went into the whole breakdown of the Philistines, right? And why they have an idol Dagon, right? Which that name, the Hebrew, comes from the Hebrew dag, which means fish. You go into the depictions of Dagon, was actually like a fish god. So it's like a god that was depicted as a fish. And you go into where the Philistines were at, they were on what they call the West Bank, right? So a lot of them were like seafaring. They did a little sailing, right? Because they're on the coast, and they would fish. So fishing was like their livelihood. So you'll see that with a lot of cultures, they'll make an idol based on whatever their livelihood is. They'll create a god that they can pray to, so that when it comes time for fishing season, right, the Dagon will bless us in our harvesting of fish. You know, so a lot of times that's how idols will come about. They'll take something that the Most High made, the creature, and worship it more than the Creator Himself, instead of just cherishing it as what? Something the Most High blessed you with, and using that for your nourishment, right? Whether it be for food, for clothing, right? Or what have you, whatever you're going to use it for. This is 1 Samuel chapter 5. Verses 3 and 4. It says, and when they of Ashdod arose early, let me start from 1. It says, the Philistines took the ark of God and brought it from Ebenezer unto Ashdod. Verse 2, when the Philistines took the ark of God, they brought it into the house of Dagon and set it by Dagon, which is their false god, their fish god. Verse 3, and when they of Ashdod arose early on the morrow, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the earth before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon and set him in his place again. Verse 4, and when they arose early on the morrow morning, to the following day, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the ground before the ark of Yahweh. And the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. Only the stump of Dagon was left to him. As you read on, it goes into all other things the Most High did to them for taking the ark of Yahweh. But once again, there's a live example of how useless these idols are, and how we're supposed to be serving the Most High. Don't try to set the Most High side by side with any of these false gods. Don't you dare. That's 1 Samuel 5, 1 to 4. Link it with 6 and 26. What we just read. Let's go back to Baruch. But also, let's get this link up also. Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13. I'll start from 11. I'll read swiftly, because here he's even going to the same example of the person who goes throughout the effort to make an idol, right? All things that it entails. So, Wisdom of Psalm 13 and 11. It reads, now a carpenter that felleth timber, after he have sawn down a tree meet for the purpose, or right for the purpose, and taken off all the bark skillfully round about, and hath wrought it handsomely, and made a vessel thereof fit for the service of man's life, right? It's going to a carpenter who actually take wood, cut off the bark, and actually use it to make something that's useful, like a bowl, or a pot, or something, right? A shelf, a table, a chair, right? What have you. It says in verse 12, after spending the refuse of his work to dress his meat, hath filled himself, and taken the very refuse among those which serve to no use, be a crooked piece of wood, right? So it's got like the leftovers, right? You make something out of like raw material, and you got some scraps left over. You're like, what do I do with what's left over? I done made whatever I was going to make for the person, right? That came to me for, the product or service. A crooked piece of wood, full of knots, have carded diligently when he had nothing else to do, and formed it by the skill of his understanding, and fashioned it to the image of a man. Uh-oh. This kind of makes you think of, I know Benjamin can relate, right, as far as sugar plantations, right, because they're more so in the Caribbean, whereas up here was more like tobacco and cotton, right, where it was like they had an assembly line process where it was like the way they dealt with the sugar, they did something with the whole piece of sugar, right? You had something used for just the regular sugar, and you had part used for like, molasses, from sugar that you put on food all the way down to molasses. It was like they had like a series of steps they did where they took every bit of the sugar and try to use it for something, right? Within that whole like assembly line process of refining sugar. So He's taking the wood, using it to actually make something constructive. Then what's left over, he's going to use that to make something that's unconstructive. So what he's going to do with this image of a man. Verse 14, or made it like some vile beast, laying it over with vermilion, which is like orange, dark orange, and with paint coloring it red, and covering every spot therein. And when he had made a convenient room for it and set it on the wall, and made it fast with iron, for he provided for it that it might not fall, knowing that it was unable to help itself. For it is an image and have need of help. It's like we were talking about before, like Demetrius, for example. Like they're in on it, right? They know the scam, but they don't care because they're gonna make extra money, right? Instead of just throwing out this refuse of wood that used to actually make something useful, I'm gonna use this to make an idol because why? Supply and demand, right? I didn't tell these guys to worship idols, right? Like you said, I'm just here to supply them the idol that they want, right? What's the Running Man? Remember? We tell them what to eat, what to drink, what to wear. What do? We give them what they want. That's what the guy said at the end of the movie. The old Family Feud guy. We're number one, Ben. That's all that counts. But it's like, at what cost? To the people and their own destruction? Come on, man. That's what he's doing with this leftover wood. Hey, they want the idol. I'll make it for them. And they'll pay me handsomely. For he provided that it might not fall, knowing that it was unable to help itself. For it is an image and have need of help. That says in 17, then maketh he prayer for his goods, for his wife and children, and is not ashamed to speak to that which have no life. So now he's thanking this idol, right? And thanking it for, his livelihood, his family, right? That he protect them. So he bit into the hype. This particular idol maker, he bought the hype. So some do, some don't. It says, for health he calleth upon that which is weak. For life prayeth to that which is dead. And it really doesn't matter whether you buy into the hype or not. You're corrupt either way. You could say, I don't worship that. I just make it for those who want it. Or, yeah, I make it. I have to put my time into it because I want to worship it myself. No matter what camp you're in, you're headed for destruction when Christ comes back. So it doesn't matter. That's the point.
It's like somebody saying, yeah, I don't eat pork, but I definitely want. I want to cook it and prepare it and sell it to them. Right.
So you mean to tell me you're an enabler? You're an enabler of unconstructive behavior, aka wickedness. Oh, all right. What does it say in Revelation, right? Whoremongers, adulterers, anyone that loveth and maketh a lie. I think another place it says all liars. So you're a liar. If you're making an idol, even if you don't worship it and you're making it, that's loving and making a lie. So you got the lake of fire to look forward to if that's your line of work. Just saying. And you got tattoo artists. You got a lot of people who have tattoo artists. You got to figure out that artistic talent and use it to do something else with that art. But you got to figure out a way to phase out of that. Even though it might be lucrative, you got people knocking down your door, right? Got to stop it. Eventually, you got to phase out of that. You came in the truth. You were doing that kind of work. You got to phase out of that. Because Christ can't come back and you're supposed to be, following him. And you're still making money off of giving people, tattoos. Or whatever it is that's not according to the law. It says, verse 18 again, for health he calleth upon that which is weak. For life prayeth to that which is dead. For aid humbly beseecheth that which have least means to help. And for a good journey he asketh of that which cannot set a foot forward. Right? I'm thinking about the Catholic Church again. They're patron saints, right? And you get you'll see little infomercials, right? Buy this necklace of the patron Saint Jude or the patron Saint whoever, right? And this patron saint, you pray to him anytime you want to, pursue, arts, or you want to go on a long journey. You call upon this patron saint. It's the same idea, same concept. It'll trick you into thinking, oh, they're saints, so they're following God, so it's okay, right? It's holy. No, it's not. It's that same wicked spirit. You might as well call upon the muses at Delphi under Apollo, right? Because you have the 9 muses, right? That they called upon for inspiration, whether it was dance, sculpting, right? Writing poetry, right? Or different types of prose. You had a muse, which was like a nymph that was associated with each of those things. We were talking about that, I think, last week too. Even like the words that we use come from those things, right? Like I remember when I was in school, they had a dance group. They called them the Terpsichoreans. What the hell is a Terpsichorean? Is that like an accordion? What the hell is a Terpsichorean? I looked it up. I'm like, Terpsichore was one of those nymphs. She was the nymph or the muse that was responsible for a dance. So I'm like, oh my God, they're calling this thing after the damn idol. Or even a word like music, right? I love music. The base word of music is muse, for those muses, because you have muse you called upon for musical inspiration. So it's right there in the words, right? So it's like, you really got to look at this stuff and go, wow, this thing is really prevalent. I got to be mindful. Otherwise, I'll get trapped up. But it says in verse 19, and we'll go back. And for gaining and getting, and for good success of his hands, ask ability to do of him that is most unable to do anything. It's like kind of doing the whole like setting side by side. You're saying you're trying to get this done, calling upon something that can't even do that at all. You know? So that's Wisdom of Solomon 13, 11 to 19. You know, it's ironic too. Wisdom of Solomon. Even Solomon. The latter years, succumbed, built idols for his wives, right? His strange wives. But he knew. But, you know, when everyone else is doing it, and the allure, and you got the, you know, the wives, you know, come on, my parents will love it. You know, that pressure. Even he in his latter years was like, okay, you know, even he, you know, folded to this. So it's just a cautionary tale, right? That we can't be reminded of enough to not fall for, to not make the mistakes of our forefathers. Go back in Baruch 6. Baruch 6, it says, I'll read 28. I think I'm at 28. As for the things that are sacrificed unto them, their priests sell and abuse. In like manner, their wives lay up part thereof in salt, but unto the poor and impotent they give nothing of it. Right? So those who you would think wouldn't revere it, they actually do revere it and hold it dear and try to preserve it. Whereas those that you would think will call upon it don't even use it or don't even lean upon it. So it's just like confusion on top of confusion dealing with idols, regardless of whatever class or social strategy you come from. Then it says in 29, check this out. It says, menstruous women and women in childbed eat their sacrifices. By these things you may know that there are no gods. Fear them not, right? Because we know the law, let alone women, it says even men, even the priests themselves, if they're unclean by any reason, because a woman who's menstruous or in childbed, she's unclean. Even a man who's unclean, even a son of Aaron is unclean. The law tells you what? He's not supposed to partake of anything holy, right? So to add insult to injury, it's like their idols, you have even women who just given birth or women who are menstruous partaking of these holy things, which goes totally against the holy law of sacrifice, which tells you this. Go to, you can write down Leviticus 22. Leviticus 22. Leviticus 22, I'll start from 1 and just read down. It says, and Yahweh spake to Moses, saying, speaking to Aaron and to his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things which they howl unto me. I am Yahweh. Say unto them, whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations. So anyone who's supposed to be of a priest, that came from that family line of Aaron, that goeth unto holy things which the children of Israel hallow or make holy unto Yahweh, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am Yahweh. So you can't partake of that all the time that he's unclean for whatever reason, and for whatever time frame he's unclean, whether it be a day or a whole week. It says in verse 4, what man soever of the seed of Aaron is a leper and hath a running issue. These are all examples of things that make you unclean, right? When you go into the other laws. He should not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso toucheth anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goeth from him, so other things that make you unclean, right? Come across a dead body or ejaculation. It says, or whosoever toucheth any creeping thing, whereby he may be unclean, or a man who he may take uncleanness, whatsoever uncleanness he hath. The soul which hath touched any such shall be unclean until even, and shall not eat of the holy things unless he wash his flesh with water. So you have to wash with water until the even. It says in verse 7, and when the sun is down, he shall be clean. He shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. So this is food specifically for Aaron and his sons, for the house of Aaron. But even with them, there's laws behind when they can and cannot eat those things, right? So they can't eat those things while during the time of their uncleanness, right? So that's Leviticus 22, 1-7, just in case you didn't know why Baruch is making an emphasis on menstruous women and women in childbed. But these are supposed to be, hallowed things. These idols are supposed to be so holy. Verse 30, Baruch chapter 6, verse 30. For how can they be called gods whom women set meat before gods of silver, gold, and wood, and priests sit in their temples, having their clothes rent and their heads and beards shaven, and nothing upon their heads, right? So these things have to be fed. They can't get their own food. You got to feed them, right? They need you, right? Right? Like people always make that joke about churches, right? The swindle. They say, oh, you need my money so much, right? To do what you're doing. You're supposed to be, of God, but you need my money. If you're supposed to be God, don't you have your own supply? Why do you need my money? It's like on an argument people do when they're cynical about the church, which they're right, but they're wrong at the same time, because you're supposed to get to the church. The church is supposed to be dealing with the law. So it's kind of one of those, flood the bed with the bathwater scenarios, which people do a lot of times, especially when it comes to when they find out about, say, Caesar Borgia. They want to throw out following Christ altogether. And it's like, no, you're still supposed to follow Christ, but just not that counterfeit Christ that we were given. That's what they want to do. They want to say, oh, religion lied to us, so let's throw out the Bible. No, the Bible never hurt anybody. The religion set up things that were Bible-ish, but not really the Bible. But they throw out the baby with the bathwater. They say, heck with the Bible, too. So, yeah, nothing wrong with giving to the church, but the church has to be teaching the truth. So they shave their heads and beards, nothing upon their heads. So let's make an emphasis on that, because why? In the law, the priests are not supposed to do that. You could link that with Leviticus 21:5, also Leviticus 19:27, which I'll read. Leviticus 21:5, we read above, it's talking about this chapter, and 22 are talking about what the priest, how the priest should function. Sons of Aaron. It says Leviticus 21:5, it says, they, the priests, shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corner of their beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. You see that? Leviticus chapter 21 and verse 5. So can you cut your hair? Yes. Can you cut it, on your hairline? Yes. But you're not supposed to push your hairline back or forward, or make some funny shapes in your beard. Can you cut it low and neat? Sure. But can you bald it? So I already know, brothers in the 90s that can't. They're probably going into that a lot, right? Michael Jordan was like, remember he was like the cultural icon for so-called black men. Every black man you knew was like, yeah, I got the Jordan baldy. Everybody's talking about the Jordan baldy in the early 90s. So I can see brothers in camp back then. Yeah, you're out here cutting your hair bald like Jordan. He's of the devil. He's this, that, and the third. On both sides, he's supposed to grow your hair. I can see brothers bringing that out. Before my time, I could see brothers, dealing with that bald head, that bald head doctrine. But then also Leviticus 19 and 27, you see Esau doing this too, right? With the, it's kind of hard for him now, but him doing that with the whole, close haircut, clean shave, right? They can do it in the military, but when it comes to like corporate America, they try to do it, but more and more, you got the young kids with, longer hair and the tats and all that. So it's like, we'll trade in one wickedness for another, right? Because otherwise we won't have anybody working for us. Because everybody's either got funny hairs, long hair or tattoos or what have you. But it says, Leviticus 20:19 and 27, you shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard. Right? So can you keep it neat? Yes. But you can't bald it. You can't go against your natural hairline. So back to Baruch 6. Let's read on in 32. They roar and cry before their gods, as men do at a feast when one is dead. So this is very similar or familiar. We have a familiar instance in history with this. 1 Kings 18, another prophet like Daniel that probably looked upon them and was not probably did, looked upon them and laughed. But at the same time, they knew it was foolishness, but at the same time, they were afraid for their life because they knew people will kill me over this stuff. These guys will kill me over this idol worship. But 1 Kings 18, I'll just read the key parts. It says, I'll read 25. I'll start from 25. It says, and Elijah said unto the prophets of Baal, choose you one bullock for yourselves, and dress it first. For ye are many, and call on the name of your gods, but put no fire under. And they took the bullock which was given them, and they dressed it, and called on the name of Baal from morning even until noon, saying, O Baal, hear us. But there was no voice, nor any that answered. And they leapt upon the altar which was made. So they thought by their much chanting and then leaping upon the altar that they made, right? And get more into it, get more enthusiastic with it, right? That somehow Baal would wake up and go, oh, I'm sorry. Here's that fire. It says, and it came to pass at noon, Elijah mocked them and said, cry aloud, for he is a God. Either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is in a journey, or peradventure he sleepeth and must be awaked. Right? So he's like making fun of them, like looking at his sundial, like, where's he at? Right? You keep calling about him. But look how wild these boys get. It says in 28, and they cried aloud and cut themselves after their manner with knives and lancets, until the blood gushed out upon them. So these guys were going so hardcore to get Baal to wake up. They were cutting themselves, right? As a means to invoke Baal. Now, how wild is that? But this is what we do. This is what idol worship leads to. It leads to stuff like this. Self-mutilation, flagellation. In the worst cases, even sacrifice of human life, let alone animals, right? We used to have righteous animal sacrifice, but these heathen, they were getting to, and us that followed them were getting to even human sacrifice, child sacrifice, right? That's part of the law too, not offering your children up to idols like Molech.
I remember the Hawaiian culture had that thing where somebody died, they start cutting themselves. I saw it on the TV show. I don't know if it's true or not.
Mm-hmm.
They poke their eyes. They do all kinds of stuff to their bodies. And that's where they mourn their death. I said, wow.
That's not odd because the scriptures talk about that, right? We read Leviticus 19:27. I think you read 28. It says no marking or cutting yourselves for the dead. So there you go. So yeah, old habits die hard, right?
Yeah.
Idol worship is an old habit. It's been around since the beginning, since mankind started. So yeah, man. But at least we have Adam to show us the way, right? And then renewed through Noah later on, and then Eber, and then Abraham, Isaac, and then Jacob. And we're supposed to be that example on the earth to show others. Idol worship is for the birds, literally and figuratively. So let me go back to Baruch 6. But the rest of that story is good. But I just read.
28.
Yeah, that whole story is good because you'll see how he had a victory, and the Lord had a victory in that day when Elijah set up his offering. He needed to go back and forth and pray and cut himself. He just set up one prayer. Moses had fire fall from heaven. Boom. And they on the offering. They all believed that day, but sadly, with beasts of burden, right? They only respect their master when what? Master takes their toys or punishes them. So the heathen are the same way, right? It's hard for them to respect those they have power over, especially when it comes to us. They'll say and do the worst until what? They get punished, right? Or get hurt. That's why we know it's only going to take Christ to come back for these heathen to finally, take the knee. And even after that, you still got those that still resist. They still try to worship idols and still try to not keep the holy days that we set up. The scriptures tell you that. So, like I said, hit dogs holler, but you still got to hit the dog sometimes. So,
Now you said, who's Eber? You said something about Eber.
he's a descendant of Shem. He's the father of the Hebrews. He's the first Hebrew because they're named after him.
Eber? E-B-E-R?
Mm-hmm. This is Baruch chapter 6, in verse 33. It says, the priests also take off their garments and clothe their wives and children, whether it be evil that one doeth unto them or good. They are not able to recompense or pay back it. They can neither set up a king nor put him down. Right? So once again, it requires the people to actually give these things, decoration and support and stability. They can't do anything by themselves. 36. Out of 35, Salah. In like manner, they can neither give riches nor money. Though a man make a vow unto them and keep it not, they will not require it. So you can make a vow to an idol, break the vow, and what's the idol going to do? It's not going to chase you down, right, and say, you owe me. You made a promise, because it can't move itself, right? Because it's just a dumb idol. You can just write down for 35, Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 4 and 5, where it talks about if you do make a vow, right, you better be sure to pay it, because the Most High doesn't play when it comes to that, when it comes to him and doing it in righteousness.
Was that again,
Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verses 4 and 5. To link with verse 35. The Bible. Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiasticus is the Apocrypha. Ecclesiastes 5 and 4, it says, Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 4, when thou vowest a vow unto God, defer not to pay it. For you have no pleasure in fools, pay that which thou hast vowed. Then it says in verse 5, better is that thou shouldest not vow, that thou shouldest vow and not pay. Right? And Christ talks about this too in the New Testament. But when it comes to vowing before the Most High, we need to take it seriously. But if you vow to an idol, what's it going to do to hold it against you? Now you may hold yourself to that idol, but that same energy, you're going to make a vow to an idol. Take that same energy and put that towards the Most High, the real, true, and living God, who can actually pay you back, who can actually help you, can actually support you, sustain you. Baruch chapter 6 and 36. They can save no man from death, neither deliver the weak from the mighty. Just write down these couple Psalms to link with 33, where it tells you that the Most High is the one that delivers from death. He's even the reason why that we live. Psalms chapter 33 and verse 19. Also, you can write down Psalms 56 in verse 13 and Psalms 116 in verse 8. Once again, Psalms 33 and 19, Psalms 56 and 13, and Psalms 116 or 116 in verse 8. So everybody got those? Everybody got those? They need those repeated?
Done.
Which one?
Psalms
33 and 19. $56 and 13. $116 and 8. And then also you can write down Ecclesiastes, not Ecclesiasticus, but Ecclesiastes, chapter 8 and verse 8.
Say that again.
Ecclesiastes, chapter 8 and verse 8.
And verse 8.
Mm-hmm. That's a key one that talks about we don't control the day that we're born or the day that we die. That's in the power of the Most High. So an idol definitely doesn't have control over that. So in verse 37, it says, they cannot restore a blind man to his sight, nor help any man in his distress. So giving sight to the blind, right? A famous miracle, right? That we only read about on rare occasions in the scriptures. You can just write down Tobit, chapter 11, verse 11 to 13. Tobit, chapter 11, verses 11 to 13. Where the Most High healed Tobit's sight through the archangel Raphael and his instructions. Tobit, chapter 11, verses 11 to 13. You can also write down St. John, chapter 7, and verse 9 also. Wait a minute, I might have those backwards. I think it's 9 and 7. Yeah, 9 and 7. So like I got those switched. St. John chapter 9 and verse 7. The whole chapter is good, but just 9 and 7 is a key verse. Where he restored a blind man's vision. And even after he did it, how the people were like confused. Even they asked him. He told them, and they still didn't believe. Some of them people said, "Oh, it can't be the same guy who's been blind from his birth. It's got to be someone else." So they were like, they were looking for any way to try to rule that out. Is what happened. You read that chapter. So this is quite a miraculous thing, right? To restore someone's sight. So reading on. In verse 38, it says, sorry, it's just being frozen. All right, there we go. They can show no mercy to the widow, nor do good to the fatherless. Right? So once again, reminding us of the things we should be doing according to the true and living God. So with 38, you can link this with Deuteronomy 10 and 18. Deuteronomy chapter 10 and verse 18, which says how we're not supposed to, how Most High pretty much will look out for widows and fatherless. There's even laws that go into how we're supposed to treat the widows and fatherless when we have power ourselves. We're supposed to make sure that they're taken care of, that they're okay. They have their necessity provided. The Most High ultimately is the one that does it. But he wants us to be that vessel to do it, and willingly so. And when we can't do it, even though we want to, he'll do it. So Deuteronomy chapter 10 and verse 18. Also Psalms chapter 68. In verse 5, a father of the fatherless and judge of the widows. is God in his holy habitation, right? Also in Psalms 146, in verse 9, where it says how he preserved the strangers, he relieveth the fatherless and the widow. But the way of the wicked, he turned upside down. Right? Strangers in this context referring to us that may not be living in the mainland of Israel, don't have an inheritance to call our own. So 16:5, 146 and 8. Sorry, 146 and 9. So like, all right, so let's go back. Let's read on. So Baruch 6 and 39. And it reads, their gods of wood and which are overlaid with gold and silver are like the stones that be hewn out of the mountain. They that worship them shall be confounded. Right? So they're getting a stone and getting it out of a mountain. Right? It's just sitting there. You don't want to have to hew it out. You don't want to have to move it. If it's a god, why you have to do all that? Right? It should be able to do that on its own if it's a true God. And it says in verse 40, how should a man then think and say that they are gods when even the Chaldeans themselves dishonor them? Who if they shall see one dumb that cannot speak, they bring him and entreat Bel, that he may speak as though he were able to understand. Right? It's now going specifically to the top nation at that time, which was the Babylonians. Even though they had the top power, look at how they abused that power by what? Calling upon and trusting in Bel, that he could do the things that these crazy things that they are attributing to him, which we know he can't. And we'll get that and get it more specifically when we go into Bel and the dragon. But as far as Bel, not being legit and being called out, you can just link 42. You can link it with Isaiah. Isaiah 46 and 1, for example. Isaiah 46 and 1. Where it says, Bel boweth down, Nebo stoopeth. Their idols were upon the beasts and upon the cattle. Their carriages were heavy loaded. They are a burden to the weary beast. It says they stoop. They bow down together. They could not deliver the burden, but themselves are gone into captivity. Right? So it's like it's a shame to the cattle even put these idols on them, right? That they had to bear this foolishness on their back, these idols. And that was during Isaiah's time. So Isaiah was some time before the Babylonian captivity, right? He was some generations before that. But it tells you too that prophecy. Remember when Hezekiah, this when King Hezekiah was a king. Remember the Babylonians didn't come in until after Josiah, who Hezekiah was his grandfather, great-grandfather. And he gave him like a tour of like all the things that they had, like precious, jewels and stuff, right? And Isaiah said, what is thou done? He said, oh, these men are from a far country, even from Babylon. I showed them all that I had. He said, oh, rest assured that these Babylonians shall return and take all this. Nothing shall be left. And then, some kings might have got mad, right, at the prophet. But he actually blessed Isaiah. He's righteous. He acknowledged that Isaiah wasn't just saying anything. He's speaking on the Lord's behalf. He pretty much says, blessed be the Lord, pretty much blessed be the Lord. At least I'll see good in my days. at least this won't happen on on my watch. But I can only imagine how Hezekiah may have felt like, oh, man, you mean after me? We're going to drop the ball? The sons that come after me aren't going to do right by you? Disappointed here, even though it's not happening during your time, You want the righteousness to keep going after you, But as you read on after Hezekiah, as you do throughout Kings, it's always joke to say when you read about the new king that comes up, whether it be the northern kingdom or the southern kingdom, it's like a knot you get in your stomach as you read it. It says, so and so is this old when he began to reign. His mother's name was this, right? And you get that knot in your stomach. You're waiting for that verse that comes up. He did that which was. That's the verse you always are looking for when you read through Kings and Chronicles. When they talk about a new king. And once you get to that verse, and he did that which was, sadly, instead of saying right in the sight of the Lord, which comes up very rarely, which you tend to see is, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. When you read that, it's just, oh, man. And you read on, he set up groves, he set up idols, he offered kids to Molech, he did this, he did that. It's like, oh boy, here we go again. So who's the Most High going to send in now, right? It becomes like predictable. Okay, he dealt with idols. He had his whole court deal with idols. He allowed even the priest to deal with idols. So you already know Most High is going to send a nation in to take them out. Wash, rinse, repeat. Anyway, let's go back to Baruch. That was Isaiah 46, 1 and 2. To link with 6 and 41. Let's go on to verse 42. It says, yet they cannot understand it themselves and leave them, for they have no knowledge. It says in verse 43, and this is and we talked about this before too. This particular custom, we go into the Babylonian history, how the women would do this thing that was considered honorable to them, but according to the Most High's law, anything but. It says the women also with cords about them, singing the ways, burn brand for perfume, but if any of them, drawn by some that passeth by, lie with him, she reproacheth her fellow, that she was not thought as worthy as herself, nor her cord broken. Right? So you go into this strange custom the Babylonians did, right? This will be women of the country of Babylon, right? And even married women for that reason, for that matter, rather. They would go through this ritual where they would bind themselves with cords to this temple, to this idol. It was considered an honorable thing if, as men walked by and saw them on these steps, these cords to these idols, if the man would take them, right, see them and say, oh, okay, look at her carnally and be like, oh, she's attractive, I want her, and take her away, right, and then fornicate with her, that was considered honorable. That meant like the idol saw her in favor, even if she was married, right? Yeah. So this is what this is going into when you do the history on with the Babylonians and the different customs that they had, where as the women who weren't taken, the truth of the matter being, at least you're sitting before an idol, which is bad. At least you haven't been defiled through adultery or fornication if you aren't married, right? It's actually a good thing if you don't get picked. But it would be like a social thing where it'd be like, oh, so-and-so was, courted to the temple, and she's been there, a whole week and no one's taken her yet, right? Ha, ha, ha. It would be like a thing that they would mock the other women. Ha, ha, ha. No one took you yet. I guess, Bell, whoever, doesn't see you favorably. So it was like you were ostracized if you weren't taken and you didn't commit fornication. So talk about a reverse incentive, right? An incentive to do wickedness. But it was like culturally enforced through this idol worship. You about to say something?
Right. It was a yearly ritual that at least one time in the year, every woman was supposed to go and offer herself up to this goddess, right? And throughout time, because we know that as the years went on throughout different empires, that same old Babylonian custom just transcended time. So it could have been Venus, Aphrodite, whatever it was, it just continued on. But that became the theme where whether you were rich or you were poor, this is something that you went and did in honor of this goddess for the temple. So you would physically go and prostrate yourself in front of the temple, and whether you were married, like Khan said, whether you were married or single, this is something you were obligated to do. Something like how Muslims say that they have to go make their yearly Hajj to Mecca, right? At least once in the lifetime, but some will do it every year.
Right.
Then the men would come and then they would throw money in your lap, right? When they threw money in your lap, that was that sign to say that they now have chosen you. And the amount of money, whatever that was, could be pence, it could be, lots of money that was then donated to the temple. And then you had to go leave with that gentleman and then go fornicate with him, go sleep with him. And then after it was done, then you went back to doing whatever you wanted to do. So in that verse, if you was a woman who was not found appealing enough that a man would go and throw money into your lap for them to take you, then it was a reproach unto you. Like how some women who could not have children, that was like a reproach unto them, and the other women would pick on them. Say, you can't have no kids. The Most High's, close up your womb. Da, da, da. You're not worthy enough to bear children to your husband or whatever. That became like a thing. They would pick on the women the same way. Like, you're not worthy. You're not going to be found honorable unto the goddess of Venus or Aphrodite or whatever the case may be. And you would, imagine the women sitting there like, oh, please take me, pick me, like go to fornicate with me, right? So the Most High is like, look at this. Right? When you look at what they're doing, and again, sometimes throughout time periods, it gets dressed up into something that's fun, right? Like Mardi Gras, right? Like Mardi Gras or Fat Tuesdays or whatever. You go to these events, and it's like you're just going in to have fun, but in your mind, it's like, yeah, we're going to go have some fun, right? We're going to get drunk. We're going to go find somebody. We're going to go have a night of fun and everything else. Then afterwards, I'm going to go back home to my husband, to my family, after having this, night out. But those things originated from these customs. Right. They just made it become more fun and under the mask and cloak of, just having a girls' night out or whatever the case may be. But they stem from these type practices where you would do this in honor of these false gods. And the Most High is like looking like, look what y'all doing. Imagine, look at these guys and look what they're doing. And this is what you want to follow? I would never have you go and give your wife up to some other man. That's against the law. How would you feel? Yeah, I feel messed up. Right? I feel messed up that my wife would have did that. Well, this is what you following. This is what the nations do. And you want to follow them.
Right? You mentioned Mardi Gras. I thought about those. So always see those infomercials on the 90s, the girls going wild. It's like, oh, give me some beads. And it's just like, what is this? Like you said, you trace the roots back, and it's the spirit behind this stuff. Yeah. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? What happens in Cancun, because I done heard some stories, man, about, especially Cancun when it comes to like college. Like college kids going to Cancun, and they're talking to their boyfriend or girlfriend back home, saying, I can't wait till I'm down here having fun with my friends, but I can't wait to see after this week is up. And like every night that they're down there, they didn't switching beds with somebody else the whole week. They're down there in Cancun. I'm like, oh god. And they come and yeah. And after the week is up, they go back to their their boyfriend or girlfriend at college. Put their mouth on them, be like, oh, I missed you. And it's like, where your boyfriend or girlfriend's mouth has been this week. Yeah, man. But yeah, Baruch chapter 6 and verse 44, it says, whatsoever is done among them is false. How may it then be thought or said that there are gods? It says they are made of carpenters and goldsmiths. They can be nothing else than the workmen will have them to be. Right? So really it's the craftsmen, the worksmen that should be the ones celebrated. But even they're just flesh and blood. They're the ones that make these idols that you hold up even higher than those that made them. So when you follow this to its logical conclusion, it just doesn't make sense. Don't worship these idols. And they themselves that made them can never continue long. how should then the things that are made of them be gods, right? I mean, mankind of different craftsmanship, they're going to grow old and die eventually, right? So the things that they made, how can they be even better than those that made them? And that's what we got now, where Esau pushes this whole idea of, did God make man or did man make God? Right? You have to free your mind because religions are here to control man. Like they say truth, but they mix truth and lies together. Because what they'll say is man-made God. What they mean to say is man-made religion that told you how to serve a God, right? But doesn't deny the existence of God himself. But once again, baby in the bathwater, they try to get people to throw out the religion and God also and become atheists by saying, look, when you were in this church, this mosque, this synagogue, look at the abuse you suffered at the hands of priests, pastors. Look at it. They took advantage of your feelings, your resources and time, right? This is just totally backwards, right? You're your own God. Celebrate yourself, right? Why you need them? Or better yet, there's no God at all, right? You're just flesh and blood. You're just here to enjoy, your fleshly impulses, right? Just live a life of hedonism. There is no God that's going to judge you, right? That's just a means of controlling you. So that's the idea that they'll sell people. And a lot of folks, they follow hook, line, and sinker. So it's not so much that there's no God. No, we should be questioning the religions that taught us how to serve God and say, who is the true God and how are we supposed to serve him? That's the question we should be asking. It's just like, I'll use an example of moon landing, right? Not to make a big thing of it, but the whole moon landing, right? You see it commonly said now, people are saying that, moon landing is fake, right? It didn't land on the moon, right? The whole thing was fake. Now the footage, right? We could question the footage, right? We could look at things and see, the shadows and all that. And okay, I get that. But people don't even think about what they're saying and say, okay, the footage we got was fake, but not to say that they never went to the moon. How do we know that for sure? So you can't take that extra jump because then you get yourself jammed up because who's to say they actually did go to the moon, right? But then what they found, they just didn't show you, right? Just because they gave you footage that showed you, it could be spurious or fraudulent, doesn't mean they didn't go into space, go up to the moon, maybe find something else. Maybe they didn't go to the moon. Maybe they got, what do you call it? They got cut off in the past, and the Most High blocked them somehow. Maybe he had his Elohim there to block them. But I know one thing. I know we were talking about it, right? I think a couple classes ago. We were you could probably pull it up here too, but you go online and pull up the footage of Apollo 11, right? Which is with the famous moon landing with Aldrin and Armstrong and hit the other guy. You see them at the press conference, right? And they're all you just read their body language. They're their hands are all nervous, they're rubbing their hands together, they're looking at each other before they're answering questions, right? And anyone with any sense would look at that and be like, that's crazy. If I just came back from the moon, I'd be like a kid who went to, quote unquote, Disneyland for the first time, right? Got to see Mickey Mouse, one of my favorite, characters. I'll be talking about every detail, right? I'll be describing everything from top to bottom, right? I will be an adult, but looking like a kid talking about this stuff in fine detail, right? I did some fun. I went to some, amusement park or something. These guys are just, very guarded, very careful with their words. They keep looking at each other. They keep looking around, as they're talking about this miraculous event, which, makes you wonder, did these guys get debriefed? They call it the famous debriefing. Anytime these people, blow the whistle, they always talk about them getting debriefed after they see something that they can't explain, which we know just the Most High's chariots doing their thing. But then now the commanding officers are bringing them, on the ship, down below the ship, or bring them back to the base and be like, what you saw, what you heard, you didn't see, you didn't hear. If you mention anything that you saw today, we'll take your pension, we'll take your benefits, we'll do this, we'll do that, and it's just like, sir, yes, sir. But it totally looked like they got debriefed before they gave that speech. That's why I say, okay, what we were shown as far as the moon landing, okay, we can argue over how serious that is. But to say they didn't go up there and it didn't go to the moon or didn't run into something, that's a stretch. How do you prove that? How do you prove that much? So, just be mindful in your answers and when you ask certain questions. But I just use that as an example. But reading on in verse 46, I'll read 46 again. And they themselves that made them can never continue long. How should then the things that are made of them be God's? For they left lies and reproaches to them that come after. For when there cometh any war or plague upon them, the priests consult themselves where they may be hidden with them. How then cannot men perceive that they be no gods, which can neither save themselves from war nor from plague? Right? So these priests are saying, okay, here come the enemy. How do we hide the idol and ourselves, right? Since we're the ones here supporting the idol. So they're so powerful, why do they need to hide themselves? Right? That's the question being put back on them. For seeing they be but of wood and overlaid with silver and gold, it shall be known hereafter that they are false. And it shall manifestly appear to all nations and kings that they are no gods, but the works of man's hands, and that there is no work of God in them. Who then may not know that they are no gods? For neither can they set up a king in the land, nor give rain unto men. Right? Because according to the scriptures, I can link this with 53. I thought I read this earlier. I guess I didn't. You can link 53 with Job 12 and 23. Also, Daniel. Let me get the one in Job first, so we're not getting confused. So this is Job 12 and 23. Job chapter 12, verse 23. It reads, He, that when you read above that He is the Most High, increaseth the nations and destroyeth them. He enlargeth the nations and straighteneth them again. So it's the power of the Most High to do that, not some idol. And also Daniel chapter 2. Verses 20 and 21. Daniel chapter 2 and verse 20, it reads, Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. Then this is in 21. And he changeth the times and the seasons. He removeth kings and setteth up kings. He giveth wisdom unto the wise and knowledge to them that know understanding. So the Most High is one responsible for what's going through the seasons of the year. But it also says he removeth kings and setteth up kings. So if he removed kings instead of up kings, guess what else he does? He controls the king as well. And let's get that too. So when we talk about, people like Pharaoh, how mighty he was, the Most High can come right down directly and just be like, harden his heart, boom. And his heart will be hardened. Loosen your heart, boom, it'll be loosened again. It's like the that scene in Game of Thrones. I forget what season it was, like early on, when you had Littlefinger and Cersei talking, and they were trying to flex, as far as their knowledge and their ability. And then you had Littlefinger was like, information is power. He talks. He always has that thing in his voice where he talks like this. Information is power. And then Cersei's like, oh, guards. Guards came up, grab him up, kill him. Don't kill him. Let him go. Put him back. Right? He's just like, because he thought she was gonna kill her right on the spot because she had the power to do it. She was like, power is power. I was like, ooh, flex. Information is power. Power is power. Both of them are right? This is from a different vantage point, but that thing always cracks me up when she does it. She played that role where you just love to hate her. But let me get that real quick. This is in Proverbs. So we learn about the Most High through information. Yeah, so little finger's right there. But ultimately, the Most High is the one to decide who has power, who doesn't. And he has angels under him on his right and on his left that he gives charge to do that. So this is Proverbs. Oops, did I pass it? Oh, here we go. Proverbs 21 and verse 1. Proverbs 21 in verse 1, which reads, "The king's heart is in the hand of Yahweh as the rivers of water. He turneth it whithersoever he will." So heads of countries, heads of companies, they all follow the Most High in the end, even when they think they're making their own choices, right? They're still making their own choice, but it's the Most High that's allowing it, and then the Most High is going to be able to bring the judgment. So we're talking about, Joe Biden, or talking about Vladimir Putin, or what's the guy in Ukraine, Zelensky, right? The Most High is the ultimate reason why these guys rise and fall. Get cooed, get elected by the people and get cooed out. All that's decided by the Most High before it even takes place. Even though they'll tell us, the reason why they got out was because America was the stronger force. They were able to use covert means to have a coup d'etat, right? They might have been the agent to do it, but ultimately it was the Most High that had to sign off on it. And then to commission the Elohim to go down and make it happen. We got that insight from Kings, right? Because that's what the Most High said. Who's going to cause King Ahab to fall in Ramoth Gilead, right? And the spirit came up and was like, "I'll go." And he said, "Wherewith, or how are you going to do it?" "I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." And then the Most High says, "All right, as you will, so may it be. Go forth and do so." But the Most High had to sign off on it. It wasn't like the unclean spirit was just like, "Oh, we're going to do our own thing outside of God." Because that's the lie we're taught by so-called Christianity too. The Satan was kicked out of heaven. He can't go back in the third heaven. And him and his followers are down here, just tempting people on their own volition, on their own terms. Nope. Mm-mm. They go back and forth to the third heaven and get instructions from the Most High continually. But it's all based on the choices that we as Israel make and that all the nations make. So the Most High is in charge of that. So Proverbs 21 and 1, Daniel 2, 20 to 21 we read. And also Job 12 and 23. And I know I made reference to it, but let me just touch on it real quick since we're talking about it. This is in Kings and in Chronicles. But this is Second Chronicles, chapter 18. Second Chronicles chapter 18. And I'll start from verse 18. So this is Micaiah, right? He's being brought forth before the southern kingdom and the northern kingdom's kings. Jehoshaphat was king in the south. Ahab was king in the north at this time. You had this prophet Micaiah, who Ahab didn't like because he would always tell him what he needed to hear, not what he wanted to hear. Whereas Ahab's other prophets would kiss his behind and just tell him what he wants to hear. So he didn't like him. He would abuse him, throw him in the dungeon. They brought him forward after Jehoshaphat's request, because you read above, it's kind of funny. Because you'll see the prophets come before, like Ahab, And he says, will I be successful in this battle that we're planning against Ramoth Gilead? And the prophets are like, yes, you'll be successful. And then like Joseph looks at the prophets, and he's like, are there any prophets of the Lord that we can inquire concerning this? Joseph trying to be polite, but I guess he took one look at them and was like, these are not the Most High's prophets. These clearly are idols. Because Ahab was not a righteous king. And finally, that's when King Ahab is like, okay, this is one prophet, but he always gives me grief. He always tells me bad stuff. Like as if it's Micaiah's fault. It's like, Ahab, how about you do righteousness? And Ahab might tell you, and Micaiah might tell you some good stuff, give you some good news. But he held it against him like, he always tells me bad stuff. Right? He always tells me things bad are going to happen to me. It's like, but what are you doing? We can go all throughout Ahab's record and see he wasn't a righteous king. So, let's talk about that. But anyway, here's the vision that Micaiah describes to him. So we get a sneak peek into the third heaven as far as how decisions are made. He says, again, he said, therefore, let's hear the word of Yahweh. I saw Yahweh sitting on his throne, and all the hosts of heaven standing on his right hand and on his left. So you got the angels and the devils. They're all up there. I thought they got kicked out. But clearly he's having his vision, and they're all up there. It says, Yahweh said, who shall entice Ahab, king of Israel, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? So it's already decided that he's going to fall. But now he's letting the hosts decide amongst themselves how it's going to happen, how it's going to manifest itself. So he's putting this into their hands to decide that. And one spake after this manner, another sang after that manner. And there came out a spirit and stood before Yahweh and said, I will entice him. And Yahweh said unto him, wherewith? Well, okay, how are you going to do that? 21. And he said, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. Like we were saying earlier, the Elohim on the right and left hand, they have abilities, right? They can show us things on both sides, give us power on both sides. But the ones on the right, on the left-hand side, they can deceive too, right? Like it says here, it can be a lying spirit. So just because you might have power on the left-hand side doesn't mean you're not being deceived too. So we're dealing with the truth. We have nothing to fear, even if it's somebody that's like a high rank, so to speak, because we know with the society, they have a ranking that we can see. But then there's another hierarchy behind the scenes that we can't see, that the heads of companies and countries answer to. But it doesn't matter. Even they can be deceived, even though they've been given power over certain land and certain waterways and ports and certain resources, right? And over people's mind state that aren't dealing with the commandments, they can still be deceived too. Right? These 13 bloodlines they talk about, 13 bloodlines, the Illuminati, which is, people don't argue whether or not they exist, but, I can see it because all they really do, all the devil does is counterfeit the righteous government anyway. They'll take the righteous government structure and just counterfeit it and just flip it. It's just like you have the chosen of the 12 tribes. I can see them having 13 bloodlines on their side, which is the corruption of what we have in righteousness. So I can see it, unless I sit down with these guys face by face, of course I can't say it, but I can see it.
And this verse we're talking about now is a vision by who again?
Micaiah.
M-I-C-A-H.
Verse 14 has a spelling. Verse 14 says, 13. And Micaiah said, M-I-C-A-I-A-H. Like I said, I'm just cutting right to the vision, but their conversation leading up to this is above. Read above in the chapter. Let me read verse 21 again from the top. And he said, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And Yahweh said, thou shalt entice him, and thou shalt also prevail. Go out and do even so. So the Most High is signing off on him, giving this lying spirit permission to go and deceive his prophets and then cause them to fall. So what we're getting from this is what? The Most High has to be the one to decide whether there's good or evil being done on the earth. Right? It's not like evil's out here on its own doing its own thing. No, the Most High has to allow it. The Most High has to sign off on it. Cross-reference another verse, you have to get it, but Proverbs 16:4, one of the ones we like for camp, where it says, the Lord hath made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. Right? People are so, taken back by, Esau. They call him, they call him the white man. So we call him the so-called white man. All the horrible things he does and allegedly gets away with, right? As far as these court cases that go in favor of them and their people, and how they try to dictate to other countries how they can run their government, who they can and can't put in power. And people don't realize all this is on the Most High's watch. They're like, oh, these guys just running wild, man. You guys out here with a Bible. What are you guys doing against them? I'm like, this is the only shot we got. Because the scriptures tell us the Most High put them in power at this time for a reason. And the only shot you got against them on a carnal level is through the Holy Spirit. Now, if you have eyes that can see that, ears that can hear that, a heart to understand that, blessed are you. But if not, I fear for your future. Then it says in verse 22, now therefore, behold, Yahweh doth put a lying spirit in the mouth of these thy prophets, and Yahweh hath spoken evil against thee. So that's 1 Chronicles 18. I read from 18 down to 22. But, we'll go into that probably in the class in more detail, because other verses we can use to show that the Most High controls good and evil. It's a milk topic, but it's a topic we need to revisit from time to time because our people don't know. And if they did know, they forgot. So, please, back to Baruch, chapter 6. In verse 54, it says, neither can they judge their own cause, nor redress a wrong, being unable. For they are as crows between heaven and earth. Once again, going into the uselessness of idols. And how they're just like crows flying, right? They can't really say or do anything that can decide the fate for the affairs of men. Verse 55, but we got an example of who can. That's the Most High and his hosts. They're the ones that are the reason why things are going on the earth the way that they are, all because of the Most High being a man of his word and the decisions that we make, be it for good or for evil. That's the reason why all this stuff has happened. Verse 55, whereupon when fire falleth upon the house of gods of wood, or laid over gold or silver, their priests will flee away and escape. They themselves shall be burned asunder like beams. Right? So the idols that they build, the Most High call fire from heaven, it's going to consume them. Right? He did it before, he'll do it again. He did it in Sodom and Gomorrah, he's going to do it again with America. Right? Like we read before, it's going to be a perpetual smoke. It's going to be going up here in this country after the Third World War and Christ makes a second coming. Moreover, they cannot withstand any king or enemies. How can it then be thought or said that they be gods? Neither are those gods of wood and laid over silver or gold able to escape either from thieves or robbers, as we already read, as we already established, whose gold and silver and garments wherewith they are clothed, that they that are strong do take and go away withal. Neither are they able to help themselves. Therefore it is better to be a king that showeth his power, or else a profitable vessel in a house which the owner shall have use of, than such false gods. So better you are to be a king to actually exercise one's authority, right? We read before, the Most High is when it gives the king power. Or a profitable vessel in a house, right? Which the owner shall have use of, right? Like a pot that's used to, wash, right? Or to expose of things, right? Or any vessel you might use, some kind of tool used to maybe cut, like a saw or a knife or something like that you might use to prepare food. Then such false gods. It's like we read early Wisdom of Solomon, right? About the carpenter, right? They took the wood and made a useful vessel. It was leftover wood, took that and made an idol out of it, right? You're better off being that vessel, that useful vessel that the carpenter made. You're better off having that than the idol that was made out of that same wood. It says, or to be a door in a house to keep such things safe as be therein than such false gods, or a pillar of wood in a palace than such false gods. So he's pretty much going to these, inanimate objects, right? As mundane as they may be, right? You see them all the time, right? You walk past doors every day. You go somewhere, right? Door, right? Go through doors all the time. Don't even think about it, right? It's second nature. Open the door, close the door. But that thing has more use. That thing has more value than a damn idol that you built up to say worship this. And you deck it with silver and gold. It's trying to say is these mundane things that actually serve a purpose, a constructive purpose to protect things like a door, has more value than, or a pillar of wood in a palace to keep the roof from falling in, that you just walk past all the time. Don't even notice this is a pillar. But that thing is as long as the building stands, that thing is useful to keep the structure from falling in. These things have more value than the idols that could be made from similar materials. Verse 16, for sun, moon, and stars being bright and sent to do their offices are obedient. Right now we're talking about the Most High's creation, and not just man's creation, which he's a creation of the Most High himself. Now we're talking about the Most High's handiwork. Sun, moon, and stars being bright and sent to do their offices are obedient. In like manner, the lightning, when it breaketh forth, is easy to be seen. And after the same manner, the wind bloweth in every country. So all the elements that we see, as well as the heavenly bodies, doing their work in the earth, right? To maintain the cycles of day and night, changing of seasons, right? Different weather patterns. It says, when God commanded the clouds to go over the whole world, they do as they are bidden, right? This cloud here, somebody says it's twofold, but we think the context here is talking about the water vapor clouds. And the fire sent from above to consume hills and woods doeth as it is commanded. But these are like unto them, neither in show nor power, right? So these things actually have purpose. These things actually get things done. But these idols, they don't. You can just write down for 60 down to about 63. Link that with Ecclesiastes, not Ecclesiasticus, but Ecclesiastes, chapter 1. Where Mosai talks about these things. And they all serve his purpose. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Verse 5 down to 7. Where it talks about the Most High's creation, how it moves in cycles. All these things obeying the Most High. Even with the so-called, what they call global warming, climate change, right? Weather patterns out of whack, right? The summer house smiting the winter house, like Amos prophesied. All these things are happening in accordance with the Most High's will. Even these things that have, gone into disarray. Crazy weather patterns, earthquakes, famines, pestilences, animals attacking heathens, right? Especially Esau. People look at that and go, "Oh man, things are out of course, out of whack." No, really, it's just mankind and those who are in power and their choices. And the nature the Most High made is responding to those choices, right? It's just like when you catch a cold, you say, "Oh my God, I got a runny nose. Oh my God, I got fever, temperature. Oh man, I feel like crap. Oh man, my body's out of whack." And it's like, no, your body's doing what it's supposed to do to rid itself of the pathogen that's inside, right? So people don't look at what's happening right now when it comes to, the nature that the Most High made, the elements the Most High controls. They give it names of idols like Mother Nature, Father Time, but really it's all the Most High, right? Correcting itself, right? Because there's a problem in the earth, like that scene in the first Matrix where Agent Smith is talking to Morpheus when he's chained up. He's like, "You're a virus, cancer, a plague in the earth." Yeah, that's the speech for them. That's what Esau is in the earth. That's why it tells you in the scriptures that the animals, the mountains, the trees, they're all going to rejoice when the sons of God are back in power again. Because they're mourning right now as long as Esau's in power, because all he does is defile the earth that he's in. He defiles his himself. He defiles the people of his own nation. And he pretty much holds hands with the other nations and says, here, follow me in my demise. Go my way and get destroyed with me, right? Get burnt up with me. And the nations, they follow him like idiots. But now they're starting to wake up and they're saying, hold on. I don't want no parts of this now. I'm seeing where this is going. Now, I'm cool with that. They're going to start going back to their own people eventually. But it's not going to be enough for them to resist or be able to avoid the punishment from Christ, though. So first, Ecclesiastes 1:5, it says, the sun also ariseth and goeth, and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose. Then it says, the wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about into the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. Then it says, all the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. Right? So we're talking about the trade winds, right? The water cycle, as far as, rivers going up in the clouds, coming back down as rain. We're talking about the cycles of day and night and the change of seasons, given, daylight savings, as they say. Right now, we know we're going towards longer days. Every day going forward until we get to the middle of the summer. We got more sunshine than nighttime, right? I think right now it's like 11 hours and 8 seconds of daylight. As you look at the instruments that measure this stuff, you'll see it's going to get longer and longer. As you get closer and closer to the spring, going into the summer, we're going to have more hours of sun than we will dark. Then after the summer solstice, or the middle of the summer, it goes back again. Days start getting shorter again. Night starts getting longer again as we get closer to the fall and the winter seasons. So Most High has all these things working in their circuits, in their cycles. So all these things can be looked at and praised compared to these idols people want to worship and serve. As we see here in this letter that Jeremy wrote. But back in Baruch 6, I'm in 64 now. It says, wherefore it is neither to be supposed nor said that there are gods, seeing they are able neither to judge causes nor to do good unto men. Knowing therefore that there are no gods, fear them not. Just like we read in verse 4 earlier. For they can neither curse nor bless kings, neither can they show signs in the heavens among the heathen, nor shine as the sun, nor give light as the moon. So they can't do what heavenly bodies do. And it says they can't curse kings, once again, or bless kings. Once again, going into the law, right? Showing you what we as flesh and blood are not supposed to do. That's actually calling back to a law if we know the law. It talks about reviling the gods, right? Or pretty much speaking bad about the gods, which gods in the context, like we talked about before, God is not always talking about what? The Heavenly Father or his Son or the Elohim. It also can what? Pertain to earthly powers or earthly authorities, right? Because they're considered gods as well, depending on the context. But they're not gods as far as the Most High Christ and the angels, but they're gods on this level. We read that verse in Exodus 12:12 about he's going to punish the gods of Egypt. It wasn't talking about Ra and Amun and Osiris and Oset and all those people with the little animal faces, with the human bodies. It's not talking about them. It's talking about the rulers of Egypt, those who had authority in Egypt when it says gods of Egypt. You read it in the context. But yeah, as far as the law, Exodus chapter 22 in verse 28, which reads, Exodus 22, verse 28, it says, thou shalt not revile, which just means to speak bad, the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. See that? So within Israel, we're not supposed to curse the ruler or the judges of our people, right? Some of your Bibles in the side caption, it says God's lowercase. You might see a word that says or judges, right? Meaning those that have the authority, right? To deal with matters, whether it be small or great matters, and make decisions concerning those matters, which we do here on a lower level as a reflection of what's already done on the third heaven, which we read about in 2 Chronicles 18 already. The thing that Micaiah was given a vision or insight into. We do that as a reflection of those powers that be in the highest of heavens, the third heaven. And then we have Paul even referencing this. Let me get that real quick. This in 2 Samuel 19. Does that refer to that? Let me see. 19:21. Yeah, I'll just get the one in Acts. So Acts 23. Acts chapter 23. I'll start from 1. And it reads, and Paul, earnestly beholding the council, said, men and brethren, I have lived in all good conscience before God unto this day. And the high priest Ananias commanded them that stood by him to smite him on the mouth. Right? He's been brought before the council of our leaders at that time, and they're trying to, accuse Paul of doing something wrong. That's why he's representing himself in his court, saying, "I've done no wrong, right? I've had a good conscience." And they said, "Man, smite him on the mouth," because they didn't like what he was saying. Then it says in verse 3, then said Paul unto him, God shall smite thee, thou whited wall, for sittest thou to judge me after the law, and commandest me to be smitten contrary to the law, right? So kind of echoing what Christ already said about the Pharisees, Sadducees, and the scribes and their hypocrisy, right? Because they represent themselves to be this whited, clean wall, but then inside, just like a sepulcher, is full of like what? Dead bones and uncleanness, right? So they present themselves one way, but on the inside, they're actually something else. So he's pretty much pointing a finger at them saying, look, you're trying to judge me for doing wrong that I didn't do. God's going to see that and he's going to put it back on you. Then it says in verse 4, and they stood by, said, revilest thou God's high priest, right? So you coming against Ananias by saying that God's going to judge him? So it's a lot of projection, right? They're saying he's doing stuff that they themselves are doing, right? Then it says in verse 5, then Paul said, I wist not, brethren, that he was the high priest, meaning I knew not he was the high priest. For it is written, thou shalt not speak evil of the ruler of thy people. So, Paul knew his stuff. So he would come back at them with the law. It should have been quoting already. I don't want to speak bad against, the rulers of our people, right? So he quotes Exodus 22 and 28 right here. But yeah, that's Acts 23 in verse 5. I started from 1, but verse 5 actually is where the law is referred to. But yeah, link those up with verse 66. So we as flesh and blood, we can curse kings, even though we shouldn't. We're supposed to bless kings. Now we can rebuke them, not curse them, but rebuke them like how Jeremiah did when he came to Zedekiah and said, look, thus saith the Lord. Or like Micaiah did when he came to Ahab, right? That's different. Because if a king needs to be edified, he needs to be edified, right? So those are good case studies to really look at too. So you can probably use that too when it comes to dealing with authority figures, whether it be Israel has authority over us, whether it be like in the government or like in a job we work, or even if it's a heathen. So when we apply those principles, even under a heathen, the Most High will deal righteously with us, and even change that heathen or that Israelite's heart that's in the world probably to deal with us favorably, right? Because you can see there's ways to correct or bring correction to those that be in higher positions without, undermining them or trying to be like start trouble, you know what I mean? And they see that it's for their benefit. But we have plenty of examples of that when we see prophets that kings had that were righteous kings and would bring a judgment to them and the kings will receive it, and then thank the Most High for that correction and ask for his mercy. So he has a way of doing everything, right?
You referenced another verse for Acts 23 and 1. What was that, please?
Exodus 22 and 28.
Oh, no, I thought it was something else. I got that.
Okay.
You didn't say nothing other than
I said verse 5. We read down to 5. Verse 5 is the verse that quotes Exodus 22 and 28.
Okay, so it's 23, Acts 1, 23, 1 to 5.
Acts 23, 1 to 5, but verse 5 is the verse you want. I just read the story, said we weren't lost. But really, all you really need is verse 5. So this is Baruch chapter 6, verse 67. Neither can they show signs in the heavens among the heathen, nor shine as the sun, nor give light as the moon. The beasts are better than they. So even the beasts we have dominion over, that the Most High gave to Adam to name, they're better than these idols. For they can get under a cupboard and help themselves, right? So at least animals have self-preservation, right? That's what it's saying here. Whereas an idol, somebody wants to come against the idol and take it and break it and steal from it, it can't defend itself. These animals can do that. It says, it is then by no means manifest unto us that they are gods. Therefore fear them not, for as a scarecrow in a garden of cucumbers keepeth nothing, so are their gods of wood and laid over with silver and gold, right? So we compare it to a scarecrow, right? Where you hope that the scarecrows think it's a person, but the scarecrow had to defend itself, right? Against, crows or wind or whatever. It has no defense, right? Because that's what it is. It's a scarecrow. It's just set up, you can make it into an idol, right? God forbid. But it's pretty much a creation that has no life. But it's supposed to be set up to look like it's alive. It says, and likewise their gods of wood and laid over silver and gold are like to a white thorn in an orchard that every bird sitteth upon, as also to a dead body that is cast into the dark. Ye shall know them to be no gods by the bright purple that rideth upon them. So you can put those nice little purple, because purple is associated with like wealthy clothes, right? King wears purple. It's like a color and a fabric associated with authority, with rulership. By the bright purple that rideth upon them, and they themselves afterwards shall be eaten, and shall be a reproach or a shame in the country. Better therefore is the just man that have none idols, for he shall be far from reproach. So better to you to be just and righteous and don't have idols than what? Than you to have idols, because if you have idols, then you're no longer just. Now you're worthless just like they are, right? So when we talk about, being a nobody ultimately is of the Most High, but it's ultimately a function of how you live, with decisions that you make. Why do I say that? Because these verses are key to illustrate that. Khan Samak referenced to one of them already. Let's get the one in 1 Corinthians chapter 8 real quick. I like to read these together. It's like a 3-hit combo. 1 Corinthians chapter 8. I'm going to read from 4. I'm going to just read 4. And I'll link it. We quoted already in Psalms 96. And link it with Isaiah 40. First things first. Don't worry. As we get to each one, I'm going to quote it. 1 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 4 is the first one I'm about to read. Don't worry. I'm going to go through each one again. 1 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 4, where it reads, as concerning therefore the eating of those things which are offered in sacrifice unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world and that there is none other God but one. So Paul here is saying, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, right? Now let's go to the verse that Kahan referred to earlier, Psalms 96. Psalms 96. What was the verse? Right. I'm going to start from 4. But yeah, let's see what the psalmist had to say. I'm not sure who wrote that song. It's Asaph or David, but let's see. Either way, we know they were inspired by the Spirit. So this is Psalms 96. Verse 4. And it reads, for Yahweh is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. See that? Then it says, verse 5, for all the gods of the nations are idols, but Yahweh made the heavens, right? So if Paul wrote to the brothers and sisters in Corinth that an idol is nothing in the world, and if all the gods of the nations are idols, should we be so surprised when we read Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 15? That's the last one. Isaiah chapter 40. Isaiah chapter 40. Verse 15, and I'll read down to 17. Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 15, it says, behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket, and they are counted as the small dust of the balance. Behold, he taketh up the isles as a very little thing. Remember, we read about isles, right? Referring to the isles of the Gentiles. We read about that in, I think, the last Tuesday class, right? That's how we know those isles are what that's talking about. It says in 16, and Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor the beast thereof sufficient for a burnt offering. Right? So those burnt offerings that might come from Lebanon are even sufficient because of what these nations are and how they live, and how that determines their value or lack thereof. 17, all nations before him are as nothing, and they are counted 10 less than nothing in vanity. So if an idol is nothing, and if you worship idols, what does that make you? We just read it. So that's the equation, right? But oftentimes we go right to Isaiah 40 and 15, folks get offended. They say, oh, that's talking about everybody, right? Everyone's considered nothing compared to God. It's not trying to badmouth other people or nations. Everyone's important, right? They want to respond to the verse from an emotional standpoint. But no, here's the reasoning. And look at what the nations do. Look at what you do. And what does that mean? And I said that was the last one, but let me get this too. Because this is the trap that we fell into when we didn't obey the Most High.
So the three you gave us was 1 Corinthians 8 and 4, Psalms 96 and 4.
And 5, verse 5 also.
And Isaiah 40, 15, 17.
Come. And now I'm about to go to Hosea chapter 1, and we'll finish up here for this chapter. Hosea chapter 1. So here's a story, right? It's like a metaphor as far as a woman giving birth to our kingdoms of Israel, the northern and southern kingdoms, right? But it says Hosea chapter 1 and verse 6. And these things that the Most High has Hosea doing are like symbolic gestures to actually be a reflection of what's going to befall Israel as far as the northern and southern kingdoms. But let me jump down to verse 8 just to hit the point. It says in verse 8, and now when she had weaned Lo Ruhamah, she conceived and bare a son, right? So this is Hosea took to wife this woman Gomer, the daughter of Diblaim, who conceived and bare a son. We read above in this chapter. But now the Most High is gonna have Hosea name the particular sons that he have certain names as it pertains to the northern and southern kingdom. But it says here, then God said, call his name Lo Ami, right? Which in the Hebrew would be La'aim, or La'aim Yah, which literally means, for ye are not my people, and I will not be your God, right? It says in verse 10, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. It shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God. Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, appoint themselves one head, and they shall come up out of the land, for great shall be the day of Jezreel. So you read above in the chapter, you get the whole story, what he had Hosea do. But it was all like a symbolic gesture to be referencing or being connected to us, not being the Most High's people because of what we did, because of our practices, how we didn't follow the Most High's law. We became like these other nations, right? We became like nobodies because we followed the same vanity that they did. But blessed be the Most High and blessed be his mercy, because even though we were called not his people at one point, now we're beginning to get back into that good grace of God by following righteousness, to where we'll be part of that last verse where it says, ye are the sons of the living God, right? So we're beginning to take those actions to then be given that title again. Before we learn that, our name might as well be Lo Ami or La'aim, which means we're not God's people, because all we're doing is just following the strange ways of the other nations. All these things that we've been reading throughout Baruch that he told us not to do. So that was Hosea chapter 1, 8 down to 11. But you could definitely read the whole chapter, but I just want to focus on the last part and what that symbolically represents, what that means for us right now. All right, so we got in our Hebrew watch a little over 4 hours or some change, given the prayers. So we'll make an end here. I'll make an adjustment to the Sabbath schedule and send out a revision, where all we'll just do is pretty much couple the parts of Dan we're going to be reading, because right now we have them spaced out as far as 2, and they're not that long, so we can make 2 into one service. But either way, we'll pick up in the Song of the Holy Children next time we do Hebrews, but everything else will still be the same as far as Old Testament, New Testament, Apocrypha. So when we get to Samuel next week, we read 4 and 5 before. We're going to read 5 and 6. And then week after that, Sabbath after that, we're going to be reading, since the elder read 1 Corinthians 16 to 2 Corinthians 1, we're reading 2 Corinthians chapters 2 and 3. So next week, First Samuel, right? 5 and 6 for next week. And then week after that, 1 Corinthians chapters 2 and 2 Corinthians rather, chapter 2 and 3. And then, as we discussed last night, remember we're 3 evens from the new moon. So we have 3 days from now until the 12th new moon. So be mindful for that. So instead of the Tuesday class coming up, we're going to have the new moon service. And most likely we'll start earlier than we have in past time. We'll try to start around 7:30, the latest 8 o'clock. So let's come together like we would for a class, but then use that time to just prep and then get ready for the holy day that's to come. Or I should say the service that's to come, since the holy day technically comes in when the sun sets anyway, which we see is getting later and later. So yeah, next week, 1 Samuel 5 and 6. Week after that, Second Corinthians 2 and 3. And then this Tuesday coming up at sundown is going to be the 12th new moon. All right.
What time is class going to be on Tuesday? 8 o'clock?
7:30.
7:30.
Let's make sure you have everything prepared before then, Lord's will, so you can come by 7:30. So at least we can begin by 8. So we got everybody situated, got the stuff, on the platters, heating up, all that kind of stuff. All the necessaries. All right. So with that, we'll say, Shar Shabbat, continue to watch and pray as the Most High sends his son to make his second coming. As we get closer and closer to that day, as the prophecies unfold, keeping a special eye on the Gog Magog prophecy as we see things taking place and moving along when it comes to Gog Magog, which is today Russia, and her allies arming themselves and getting together, right? As we get closer and closer to that Third World War. Let's make sure we're ready. Let's make sure we have that knowledge, that understanding, so we can edify our brothers and sisters and warn everybody else of what's to come so they can get ready. First, spiritually, like the scriptures tell us, we have to flee from the midst of Babylon spiritually. We have to deliver every man his soul, right? So you traveling overseas or going to some island country or somewhere else, outside of America is not going to do it if your soul's not taken care of. Like it tells you in Proverbs 19:16, he that keepeth the commandment keepeth his own soul. So you got to do that regardless of wherever you're at in the world. No matter where you go, there you are. If you're doing wickedness, it's not going to matter. All right? So Shar Shabbat once again. With that, we'll do the closing prayer. Baruch Yahweh by Shimi Hawashai, Asherat and now Pari Agapin Thwada Aman. La Yahweh by Shimi Hawashai, Af Yashala. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai with Israel. Amadwa, Panuay Roshlam, stand and face Jerusalem. Yahweh Basham Yahweh Shai Baruch Shai Shemai Lanawe Aita Yam Yen Aita Shalak Mike Allah Walla Allahayim Tazwadakim La Shamar Ayo Barak Rapab Magan La Chazayak Banya Yash'ala Washalak Lanawa Rabiam Kakamad Rabiam Da'ai Rabiam Bayanad Rabiam Sabalanwa Rabiam Amawan Rabiam Aqua Rabiam Mahabiam Rabiam Haganad Rachanaya Wasalak Kal Katsayamnawa La Akim Wa Akiwa Liash Aleph Yed Waiwalam Basham Yehoshai Fawada Aman. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Mike on the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh Basham Yahweh Shai Barak Nawe Yash'ala Wabath Yasaparim Shema Yashvele Yahweh Allah Nawe Yahweh Ached. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. With that, we'll say Shah Shabbat once again. Wa Manakha Tawa, which is good afternoon. Everyone have a blessed week, and we'll talk to each other again on the 12th new moon service and the Sabbaths to come. So Shah Shabbat.
Shabbat.